We are anonymous.
Look, the people you are after are the people you depend on. We cook your meals. We haul your trash. We connect your calls. We drive your ambulances. We guard you while you sleep. Do not fuck with us.
Sometimes I pray at night and wonder what's left for me in my future.
Wall Street didn't just gain from globalization. It has been completely reckless. Took the power, manipulated it, twisted it, liberal business, and the world economy to its knees.
Sick of the struggle, corporate greed. It's all for you, none for me. Pay your debts, stay in line, planet streams. People die, I'm a man, I'm not your product. We're all owned by the bank to keep stocks up. I'm a victim, you play the predator, but I'm a citizen, and you're the senator. I'm making paper, really paper. My money ain't worth shit, it's all fake, huh? I don't got a face, I only got a voice. I hope you got the time, cause you ain't got a choice. This a banger, a burning danger. We gotta open our eyes, we gotta wake up. This is our time, can't you see the signs? Take a look around, we ain't fucking blind.
We can make a difference if we speak out. How we gonna be if we just back down? Freedom let me speak, cause this is our town. Our town, back down. We can make a difference if we speak out. How we gonna be if we just back down? Freedom let me speak, cause this is our town. Our town.
So what's it gonna be? Wanna save your life? Gather in the streets. Human rights, time to occupy. Don't let them beggars slide. Our schools are shutting down over the greedy lies. We're in crisis, but we can fight this. We can occupy the globe, they won't like us. Cause we're tired, and we're fed up so much that we speak up. Believe us, they need us, now we're speaking. Holding up signs, we ain't leaving. Unemployment rise, dreams die, we ain't eating. Governments are purchased, bankers really own them. Kinda like our homes, cause we're all foreclosing. Money getting weaker, gas is getting higher. Kids, I can't feed you, nobody will hire. Now we're under pressure, man, what you gotta say now? Shove that fucking stimulus, we got no way to bail out.
Back down. We can make a difference if we speak out. How we gonna be if we just back down? Freedom let me speak, cause this is our town. Our town, back down. We can make a difference if we speak out. How we gonna be if we just back down? Freedom let me speak, cause this is our town. Our town.
Police cleared people from Zuccotti Park here in New York, the birthplace of the Occupy Wall Street.
Finally have some good news about the
What
economy.
happens next without a symbolic center for the Occupy Wall Street?
Everybody act now. We can make a difference if we speak out. How we gonna be if we just back down? Freedom, let me speak, this is our town. This is our town. Now we're stressing. Unemployment line, what's a pension? All in due time, all your lives see it ending. Economy is sickening. All these people bitching, rising up and flipping. Corporate greed is vicious. All these people talking, bet your ears are burning. Bet you're on an island where your sweet plan is turning. Now we're all affected, tired of your greed now. Take our motherfucking planet. Hell no, we will speak out.
Act loud. We can make a difference if we speak out. How we gonna be if we just back down? Freedom, let us get this. This is our town. Our town. Act loud. We can make a difference if we speak out. How we gonna be if we just back down? Freedom, let us get this. This is our town. Our town. Act loud. We can make a difference if we speak out. How we gonna be if we just back down? Freedom, let me speak, cause this is our town. Our town.
I think that that's what Occupy Wall Street is really about.
There's going to be a revolution. It's totally going to happen. I think not only I ain't got a flicker of doubt. This is the end.
Yeah. ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
We sleep. The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time
Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain, just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply, and all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you, and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make, from the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison, while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
When they try to prove they're spinning ball Earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight, cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me, but nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
Either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
Don't have the
Secretive organization known as Anonymous, a loose-knit group of computer hackers who came to the defense of WikiLeaks and got the attention of law enforcement in the process. They are young and stealthy, and they are potential giant killers.
Anonymous hacker activists have basically got together and are exacting revenge for what they see as attacks on WikiLeaks, and they're targeting a number of corporations that have cut off their ties with WikiLeaks.
So they see themselves as protesters. Essentially that the government can't prevent you or I from talking openly. They interpret it much more broadly. They believe that everybody has an inalienable right to say whatever they want on any forum whatsoever.
Now today, this group of computer hackers are apparently threatening cyber war over this WikiLeaks case. What do you know about that?
Yeah, NBC is reporting that Anonymous, it's a group we've heard of before, is threatening new attacks not only on U.S. corporations, but also on some of the government officials.
Number one story, MasterCard announced Monday it would no longer process payments to WikiLeaks. This morning, internet activists crashed its website. This afternoon, Visa.com crashed. Tonight, Twitter might be next. It suspended an Operation Payback account. A group calling itself Anonymous has been waging Operation Payback for a few months now. The group says it is dedicated to a, quote, anonymous, decentralized movement that fights against censorship and copy wrong.
Well, officials have confirmed that at least 41 Malaysian government websites had been hacked overnight. This follows a threat by hacker group Anonymous to punish the authorities for internet censorship. Officials say that 51 websites were hit and at least 41 of them were disrupted in these attacks.
Targets like H.B. Gary, a major cybersecurity firm some U.S. government agencies rely on to keep their computers safe. Last month, H.B. Gary boasted it would expose Anonymous. The response was swift. Anonymous took down their website, stole thousands of emails, and posted them on the internet. The CEO resigned. Anonymous is credited with bringing down government websites in Tunisia, Egypt, and Libya. And now it's made new threats against companies and government officials complicit in what it views as the mistreatment of Bradley Manning, the Army private accused of leaking to WikiLeaks.
Anonymous is powerful enough that it's certainly struck fear into the hearts of some of the biggest technology companies, the biggest companies in the whole world.
Our own Justice Department doesn't take any action against these guys. It's been 3 years since the debacle in Wall Street that caused our economic collapse. And where's Washington? Where's Washington? They haven't done a damn thing. But look, what you're looking at here, in combination of all these things, is a new model on how to fight back. You have to take action into your hands. Direct, peaceful resistance.
We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. You could be in a lot of trouble. Now, people have figured out that you can hit the powerful where it counts in their pocketbooks. The same thing happened in Egypt, where Mubarak only stepped down after the labor strikes began. And then there's the national and international movement against the power establishment. The group Anonymous recently released this video warning the global banking systems.
We are a decentralized, non-violent resistance movement which seeks to restore the rule of law and fight back against the organized criminal class.
Now that's a little spooky, but I liked it. And apparently they came armed with documents, which we're going to tell you about in a second. But look, what I like is peaceful resistance.
However, they can't just randomly launch an attack. And in order to do it, you have to go on this IRC chat. Anyone can suggest a target. And that person then has to make a compelling case for the target, and then whoever happens to be, it's a quorum of whoever happens to be awake, can vote up or down on this target. So if somebody has not made a compelling enough case, enough people may pull their computers off of this voluntary botnet that the attack might not be nearly as effective. So it is, in fact, an amazing kind of Athenian democracy. If you forget sort of the ethics of what they're doing, place that to one side, what they've achieved is sort of this set of checks and balances that agrees in a very fluid way on what the target is.
This is the new model of fighting back against the establishment and against corporate power. Don't wait for your knight in shining armor to show up from D.C. The bad news is he ain't coming. The good news is it turns out you're the knight in shining armor.
I believe that Gandhi's views were the most enlightened of all the political men in our time. We should strive to do things in his spirit, not to use violence in fighting for our cause, but by non-participation in anything you believe is evil.
What's next? What's next is all they can do is shut down the internet itself. And we see how that went for them in Egypt. And we, the people, know that when the government shuts down the internet, that's when it's time to shut down the government. We are Anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us. And now, you can expect a whole lot more.
Hello, free people of the world. This is Anonymous. It's time to stand up and face the New World Order. Your country...
One. Welcome to Anonymous Bites Back, episode 39. This is Tyler, your host. Would our guests like to introduce themselves? One. Welcome to Anonymous Bites Back.
I'm going to start. I'm from Belgium. I'm from Anonymous Belgium. I'm an activist. I'm more. I do on street operations and all kinds of stuff. Because I'm a little bit more activist. I know a little about Europe, not a lot about the United States, but we can talk to each other about this stuff. You know. I'm Kevin, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Preston in Texas.
Preston.
Puck Arcs from Anon Medics, Op Love, Op Collective Meditation, Indigenous Unit, blah, blah, blah.
Brandon Green out here at Camp Promise of Flint.
Christopher Wall, Camp Promise of Flint, Water Protectors.
Alexa Green from Louisiana.
And we have a special guest. We do have. Is that everybody?
No, I think there are some.
We miss Curtis.
Curtis.
Curtis
also.
You gotta unmute your mic.
Sorry about that. Sorry. Curtis from Camp Flint as well.
All right, beautiful lineup. And today on Anonymous Bites Back, we have with us one of my favorite journalists. She writes mainly for the Free Thought Project. If you have not checked them out, I highly suggest it. And her name is Claire Bernish. And she has a few things she would like to talk about today. Claire, you want to say hello and introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. I'm Claire Bernish. I am currently residing in Kansas, but that is never permanent. And I'm an activist and journalist, and I have focused on, of course, political corruption and free speech, the First Amendment, Standing Rock, all of those sort of things, corruption in general.
Awesome. Glad to meet you.
All right, now, Claire, you recently, and something, this is actually in your comments, and you've not written on this, but you were talking in pre-show about the build-up to World War III. Do you want to expand a little bit more on that?
Sure. As everybody probably knows at this point, we have Trump kind of posturing to North Korea now, where the previous administration was kind of putting forth this anti-Russia propaganda, saying that basically Russia is responsible for everything. We're revisiting the Red Scare. It seems as if the Trump administration has somewhat abandoned that narrative for North Korea is, of course, the evilest of evil empires and must be destroyed. When in reality, North Korea, as belligerent as it might be, does not actually tend to be aggressive toward other states. And Trump seems to be running headlong into a world war that we won't be able to soon get out of. If we continue on this course, it's quite possible this could end in world war and in particular nuclear war. And although that is kind of a remote possibility, given the posturing on both sides and the fact that the U.S. has sent warships into the waters near the Korean Peninsula, is rather troubling. If we were standing down and being reasonable and logical about this, we would not be provoking war with a nation that it essentially has cloistered itself away from all other nations. Now, our allies, as in South Korea and Japan, have felt threatened by North Korea. But North Korea has a long history of just, spewing rhetoric that doesn't really go anywhere. There's an argument to be made that, I'm sorry? There's an argument to be made that our posturing with North Korea has a lot to do with the fact that we struck Syria with 59 Tomahawk missiles, among others, and that did not go well in the world. our allies were not very happy about that for the most part. Although the top leaders kind of, affirmed that was fine. It wasn't really accepted. And it was almost like a test run, firing those missiles. There were a lot of suspicious circumstances about that actual event. And North Korea is kind of a diversionary tactic away from Syria, which has kind of been a hell pit of controversy and contention and proxy wars for a very long time. A lot of us see North Korea as this distraction. It's very easy, and it's possible that we might actually provoke a war with North Korea. But while everybody's paying attention to North Korea and nuclear war, it's quite possible that World War will break out over Syria instead.
Right. Now you brought up, if I can interrupt you real quick, you brought up Syria. And I guess a couple of days ago, you did write an article that what you're flat out calling a false flag chemical attack, with 23 bodies actually being stolen to promote war with Syria and the missile strike.
Yes, and this is kind of a touchy subject.
Most certainly, it is touchy because, at least to me as well, and I think probably a lot of the panels, because when we first called it a false flag, a lot of people who were paying attention to this, we were called tinfoil hats, crazy, blah, blah, blah. So, maybe you could expand a little bit further on, on the article and why indeed you do feel it was a false flag.
Well, here's the thing. There was a chemical attack, supposed chemical attack, in Ghouta, Syria in 2013 that was meant to draw the U.S. into war. The U.S. kind of used that narrative to attempt to bomb Syria. Now, there was a very serious anti-war, anti-bombing Syria campaign that thwarted that effort and said, now, wait a minute, the evidence does not point to Syrian President Bashar al-Assad's complicity in this. If Assad did not actually affect this attack, if it wasn't actually an attack, and all evidence points to the original attack was not an attack, not by him, not by the Syrian government, then that would mean it would be a false flag, because one thing that's misunderstood about false flags is that, people say, well, it's all staged, nothing actually happened, and that's not true, ever, of a false flag. Most false flags actually involve civilian deaths. They involve, a great deal of misery. Think of 9/11, and I won't get into that topic, but when a false flag actually occurs, if a government has not planned it itself or made it happen, they can take something and opportune that chance to make the narrative fit their goals and their agendas. And that would be the case in Syria. Now, we have accusations at the beginning of April that Assad effected another chemical attack against his civilians. This happened literally on the eve of peace talks, when Assad was supposed to be talking with the U.S. and with other allies of the West and trying to make some sort of peace process happen. There has been no evidence that Assad actually carried out some attack like this. There has been no evidence. Well, there's no reason that he would have done that. It's completely counterintuitive.
Right now, you have a lot of people who you bring up the 2013 attack when Obama was president. You have a lot of people standing behind Trump for bombing Syria and the 59 missiles that he fired because Obama was a quote unquote coward. What would you say to the people about that saying, Trump is just doing what Obama couldn't?
Well, maybe to an extent that's possible. Because the anti-war movement made such a huge effort, and we involved not only, alternative media and the activist community, but basically involved the entire country and our allies throughout the world to thwart that, it would seem that the political establishment, there is no difference between blue and red. They just have some stated different public agendas. It's the same goal of the political establishment to bomb Syria because we, meaning the U.S. political establishment, need Assad out of power because Syria is a geostrategically imperative point for pipelines to go through. It's also geostrategically important in terms of being able to move troops in and out of other locations and there's a number of reasons why Syria is important. But there is no reason for us to be bombing that place. The Syrian government has been proven multiple times not to be responsible for these things that the West claims it is responsible for. And the further we try to, meaning the U.S. government, we tries to offer this narrative, it's false. It's disingenuous.
That's a very, very, very important word right there. I hope you guys can hear me. It's a narrative. It's the official party line. It's the political line. And this is all BS going back to 2013 when they did the first alleged gas attack that turned out to be false. As Wesley Clark said, they want Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Yemen, Somalia, all these countries that control that Gulf are all going to fall if they have their way. And Iran is next, and they're already beating that war drum. It's a narrative. Just throwing my 2 bits in there. It's unbelievable.
That's absolutely right. It's a narrative because this is how false flags work, and you can't necessarily declare a single event a false flag. But what you need to be able to do is examine events for it's qui bono. Who benefits? Who benefits from what's going on? If you look at the most recent quote-unquote chemical attack in Syria at the beginning of April, who benefits from that? Well, it's not Assad.
That one made no sense at all. Right.
No, it's not Assad. Why would Assad bomb his own civilians?
It makes absolutely no sense.
Immediately on the eve of peace negotiations.
Yeah, it makes absolutely no sense.
It makes no sense.
Yeah, I was going to say the CIA probably dropped him a happy package to somebody.
Never in a million years. I mean, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Partisan Girl that's on YouTube. She posted 3 years ago, please leave our country our own. Let the West out of here. We can see what you're doing, and this whole thing. And I'm not a conspiracy guy. This is an absolute plan for regime change that our country has done so many times. It's just frustrating to watch.
Regime change.
This is all about. Yes, exactly. And people eat it up.
In ongoing conversations with Partisan Girl and a few other people, it's very important that we understand that these staged events, when we're talking about Al Jazeera possibly coming on and staging events to have like the appearance of a chemical attack or to have the appearance of something untoward happening at the behest of the Syrian government, we have to understand, it's imperative, that who is really going to benefit? Like I said, qui bono. It's not the Syrian government. It's not Assad. It's not these individuals. It's actually the U.S. government in its agenda of regime change. And when you're looking at this, like this is an unconfirmed thing that I actually read this article on. We're talking about bodies removed from a morgue. We're talking about a legitimate news crew going in and filming a supposed chemical weapons attack ahead of time. We're talking about all of these elements of something that is completely fabricated for an agenda.
Yeah.
And when Russia is willing, our proxy war other party, when our proxy war party is going in and trying to actually negotiate peace with the Syrian regime, no matter if they're allies or not, you have this dialogue of let's try to work this out. Let's make this civil war end. Let's end all of these different pockets of resistance and all of these different pockets of terrorism.
Exactly. Exactly.
But the U.S. is not going to participate. And even further to the point, if the U.S. is not going to agree to have investigators, independent investigators, go in and examine this latest quote-unquote chemical attack, then what does that say about its legitimacy? You would think that
it tells you the whole thing was bogus. Yes.
Exactly. So what I wrote about.
And if I might interrupt, my dear friend and my most respected journalist in the entire world, Claire, let's go back just even a little bit more. Remember, in '91 was the breakup of the Soviet Union and Afghanistan, and whether people realize it or not, and this is not a conspiracy. This is all factually could be proved. Cheney and the whole giant Republican machine were already, Condoleezza Rice, everybody were serving on the boards of the oil companies, representing Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, where we've built giant army bases now right against the Russian border. And they were planning an oil pipeline through Afghanistan. Look up Trans-Afghan Pipeline in '91. And that war is another. The war in Afghanistan after the Soviets got their butt beat because, it's very difficult. This has been a plan for so long. It's unbelievable. And
Hugo, you brought up a really good point, and it's actually what I want to talk to.
It exists from the Middle Age,
It's a narrative.
What does Afghanistan have? What does Afghanistan have that we now have? There is a direct correlation. There's a direct correlation, and correlation does not equal causation. But I will be damned if it does not in this case. There's a direct correlation between the rise, the opiate epidemic in this country, and
100%.
The crops in Afghanistan of opium poppies. Now, this is something that a lot of people might not know. The Taliban had actually affected the end of the opium trade effectively right before the U.S. invaded Afghanistan. Now, it went up exponentially since, and the opium epidemic has also gone up exponentially since. The thing that's interesting is that people might not know this as well. North Korea is the second biggest producer of opium poppies in the world. So we have almost a repeat performance happening with North Korea, who seems like this oddly belligerent state that's cloistered unto itself. But
like
you have a similar opium poppy crop happening in that country. So to think that right.
You're 100% right. And if I could just finish that, the one thing about that, what does Afghanistan have? Afghanistan is the shortest direct route to the Balkan area. And remember that Clinton, we bombed Bosnia and all that kind of stuff. Then we armed the people that slaughtered 200,000 people. But the point is that Afghanistan lies between Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan and the third largest natural gas supply in the entire world. When I started investigating a month ago, what is going on? Why are we here? And then if you read Chalmers Johnson's books, he's got it all there. This started a long time ago. Big oil, big natural gas, this pipeline. They signed an agreement in 2004, even after 9/11. It never got done because they haven't been able to control that population. But this narrative, and I think Claire made the point, who profits? And that's all you have to do is follow the money in this case. And you'll see that it's nothing but the shyster, homicidal maniacs that run these corporations. And I got to go in like 5 minutes. But the point is, we got to flush Congress. We've got to get the money out of Congress, the influence. Look at the oil companies and what they're doing. And this is not a conspiracy. This is an absolute proven fact that one of these companies named one of their tankers the Condoleezza Rice. They've since renamed it because of the political fallout.
It's proven enough.
The point is, Afghanistan is just a victim of this genocidal corporate behavior. We need that damn pipeline through there because it's the shortest way to do it.
Now, Claire, so Claire, are you saying that, and this is, I know the answer to this, but for the listeners, are you saying that the war in Afghanistan, even North Korea, is also, because Hugo did bring up big oil, but what you're implicating also now big pharma.
Yeah, there's more to it. She's right. She's exactly right. I agree.
I would say that Syria is like the absolute turning point. Syria it's imperative for the U.S. government, for the state, to have regime change in Syria. But if we can't do that easily, which Russia, as Syria's ally, has proven that we cannot. If we cannot do that easily, then North Korea makes a very convenient asset for us to overtake for regime change. It would behoove the Koreas to come together and be a force against, like, the U.S. empire. That's not likely to happen anytime soon, but that's part of that narrative. Now, another thing that people have not discussed very much is that regime change, which has been the U.S. policy for decades, very successfully applies to also to Russia. If you look at Ukraine and the usurpation of the Balkans and such, you will see a very clear pattern where the U.S. is backing a very Nazi-esque regime in the Ukraine in order to kind of undermine Russia's power. You have
Absolutely, yes.
We call the U.S. the only superpower, but really Russia is as well as a couple other nations. But what we want to do, I would bet my life on it. What we would like to do is kind of oust Putin in favor of our own dictates with Russia, because
Someone's
Russia
got to mute their
controls.
mic. There's a lot of nasty wind coming in somewhere.
Well,
Russia controls.
Claire.
Here's the thing. This is another thing that I have not yet written on. There in the Arctic, in the Arctic, there are suspected enormous reserves of oil and natural gas, and we have Russia and the U.S. and both of our allies up there in force trying to figure out how to who owns what. Like, where does each continental plate end, so that we can decide who it is that owns what reserves in the Arctic. And this is not talked about. But if you look at where troops have been deployed for the U.S. and for other nations, including Russia, what is actually going on, where the hotbed of things is really going on, is the Arctic. Because they want the oil from the Arctic. And if Russia gets the oil from the Arctic, which is likely in its possession, we will all... The U.S. basically has no options left. Without the Persian Gulf, if Yemen, which is on the Persian Gulf and controls that gateway to the Persian Gulf, which is the biggest avenue of maritime traffic for oil in the world, if Yemen, who is an ally of Iran and Syria and others, at least loosely, controls the one end, and Egypt, who used to be a U.S. ally but who is recently been kind of usurped by Russia as well, those are the two nations controlling the Persian Gulf. If you control the flow of maritime traffic, which mostly is oil going through that region, then you have that area summed up for basically the foes of the U.S. And if Russia and its allies also take the Arctic and its reserves and the flow of traffic there, then the U.S. and the petrodollar is no longer efficacious at all. Is moot completely.
Now
So
what?
this is
Hugo, can you mute the mic again, brother, real quick? Heavy breathing, brother. Heavy breathing. I know Claire is sexy and all, but stop the heavy breathing, brother. Now, Claire, what would you say? You brought up the Russians again, and there are some theories floating around, and you are one of the better investigative journalists out there. No offense to Jack or anybody else who writes for that, but that Russia and the U.S. are actually working together and really using Syria as a bargaining chip to control the flow of petrol.
Russia and United States don't work together.
Right, and that's what
Russia
my
is
question
quite. Russia is
Kevin,
quite.
that's my question to Claire is, what would you say that's a possibility in what you've been able to see in your journalism?
I would say that Russia and the U.S. are working together more than what is being let on right now.
They have the uranium mines here in the U.S. that are directly related to the Russian government.
Yes, of course. And that's the thing. Like, you cannot be a superpower and not work with other superpowers. That's ridiculous. All it is narrative. Like Hugo was saying, all it is narrative. We're talking about a narrative manipulated to manipulate the minds of Americans. And we are meant to see Russia as the absolute enemy and Syria as the absolute enemy. And they portray these governments as these horrible, brutal regimes. And to an extent, they're right. I mean, we're talking about basically these censoring fascist dictatorships. I mean, loosely at least. That's true. But that does not make them an enemy of ours. Why would we really care that much about another regime, an independent nation, being sovereignly censoring its people? Yes, it's horrible. But is that really our interest? No, of course it isn't. What we're really interested in is how we can manipulate the geostrategic positions that these countries claim or occupy. And we are we're running headlong into world war over a narrative that really shouldn't be proffered in the first place.
Right, and do you think that's a reason that a year ago I think the Free Thought Project had maybe 60,000 followers, and now Free Thought and Media, they're up to over 200 2 million followers now. Do you think that the people are looking for real media now, since the narrative has been such warmongering?
Yes, and that's actually an interesting point, because my most specific point as an activist and a journalist is the First Amendment, essentially what it encapsulates, which is
Can I say something? Like you're saying, we do now protest, and the last months the media is now showing more from us on the street for the good things than before. It's like the media is coming, it's not fake news anymore.
Absolutely.
And, yeah, I'm agree with what you say.
The thing is, if I can, what's really important here is that mainstream media, corporate media, has backed this narrative of fake news. And what's very important to understand is that when it comes to censorship, and I am probably the most extreme anti-censorship activist you can possibly meet, when you have this narrative of fake news, that allows Google and Facebook and all of these other, major platforms to censor anything that they find undesirable. You can skewer any report as fake news if it doesn't agree with your narrative. Now, that's their plan from the start. There was originally a list of some 200 plus outlets that were mostly alternative or right-leaning, that the Washington Post, I believe, first said, hey, this is fake news. Now, the thing to understand is that the Washington Post is owned by Jeff Bezos, who owns Amazon. And the year that he bought the Post, which I believe was 2013, he landed a contract so conveniently with the CIA, ostensibly for a different project, a different program that had to do with something completely different, completely outside of the news realm altogether. But you're talking $600 million when he first bought it from the CIA. Now, the CIA has Operation Mockingbird, among other things, where you have legally, ostensibly speaking, the ability for these government agents to take the position and assume the position of journalists and to spew basically fake news that fits their agenda. So when you see people on Facebook saying, oh, well, that post must be fake news or this must be fake news, what they're really doing is taking that original narrative from the government that the mainstream media proffered for everybody, and they're thwarting it and making it their own. And they're saying, well, this report is fake news, that report is fake news. And they're turning down their own reports that are fake news. As in, when the Post said, oh, Russia hacked Vermont's energy grid, and now we're all doomed. It was completely fabricated. It wasn't even close to reality. And then you have the Post and the Times and these other mainstream outlets saying, you know what, hey, fake news, we're over it. It's not a big deal after all. And that wasn't true either. What they did is introduce the idea that counter-narratives, that narratives that aren't appealing to them are somehow fake or falsified or just not based in reality whatsoever. The idea being, of course, confusion among the populace so that we have no idea what's going on, or at least the people who are less aware have no idea what's going on. And therefore, they would call it fake, when in reality, it could be as real as your hand on your arm. And this is very dangerous, because now we're looking at the possibility of world war. We're looking at the possibility of, nuclear war. And we're also rejuvenating this ridiculous Red Scare propaganda. And it's all in the name of fake news that they're saying isn't. And if anybody else is like my news feed, if you go through Facebook or Twitter, you'll see everybody like, what the hell is going on? Nobody really knows. And that was the idea from the start.
Right, and I'm going to plug Free Thought Project again because it's one of my favorites, and give you guys a little help there if you don't follow them. Again, please look up the Free Thought Project and follow them. But one thing that Free Thought can say is they've never had to retract a story.
I'm not even sure if that's actually true, but I will say that when there is the need to retract a story, and this is not unique to Free Thought Project, but when there is a need to retract a story, you know who does it best? Alternative media. Because, like I was just mentioning, the Washington Post article penning Russian hackers on the downfall of the Vermont energy grid. It was complete bullshit. And you know what they did for a retraction? They put an update, like, kind of mixed into the article. They never actually published a full retraction of their misinformation, their disinformation. That's kind of the point of this fake news thing. The CIA, the government can get away with... they can get away with almost anything if they just call it fake news.
Yeah.
Right. Now, what would you say to people who are looking for good news outlets? To turn off the TV? I mean,
yes. That would be a wonderful start. Like, I threw away my TV, I don't know, like 8 or 10 years ago. I do not watch TV unless I'm on the road and traveling and want to see what the mainstream has to say. It usually makes me laugh.
Me too. I don't watch TV for 3 years now.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's no...
Sometimes I go to watch a movie. That's it. I go watch a movie, maybe, but I don't watch television anymore. I'm tired. It's brainwashed shit. It's all no.
At the same time, you have to watch enemy transmissions. You got to see what kind of narratives and propaganda they're running.
Yeah. And Preston, you bring up a really good point. Because some people will read alternative media and say, well, this is fake, and then they'll watch CBS and say, this is fake. Where the hell is the truth? Claire, where's the truth?
The truth lies in every person at this point has a responsibility to track down and to research on their own. They just do. It's a sad fact that we live in this era where we're in the midst of an information war. If you do not track down your own information, if you do not follow the hyperlinks, and that's particularly important that alternative media provides, people are very prone to say, well, that's fake news. That's bullshit. Nobody believes what you're saying. You need to actually follow the link. Do the research on your own. Search engines exist for a reason. You absolutely must follow those links and research. It's imperative.
I'm totally agree with you. Really.
Right. So you're saying it's pretty much personal responsibility.
Yes. It is.
Which is something that needs to be brought back into our general culture. You're already kind of going to someone that is lying to you to get your information.
Everybody have his goal. Everybody having talent. Yeah.
And I think sometimes when it comes to corporate media, it's way easier to just take like 2 or 3 steps back and. There could be 1,000 news stories. Once you come to the realization there is nobody on the other side of the world that wants to murder you, that requires you to bomb their country into submission. Once you step back and the things that they're lying to you about, you don't have as much trouble sorting through the bullshit. When they come on and tell you that they're at fear again for war, they're lying. They've always been lying. Right? It's propaganda. They're trying to get you to continue to the military-industrial complex. You know that. So whether they make 1,000 stories about it or 1, it's already bullshit. Like, you have to step back a little bit from it.
Now, Claire, it's with since you write mainly for the Free Thought Project as well as a few other, if you would like to plug them also, would you say there's anything that the Free Thought Project won't write about? And I ask for a reason, and I'll give you the follow-up question after you answer.
I couldn't say that there would be. I've written for several outlets, and I would have to say that it's not that there's a topic that's verboten, per se. More like there are topics to be covered where that the public is going to pay attention, And there are topics that are they're imperative to the ongoing narrative that you know that the populace is not going to respond to. And it's a real balance. And every outlet gets it wrong occasionally.
Of course.
Generally speaking, it's important for us to cover what is going on currently, what is imperative to the narrative, what can dispute the propaganda put forth by mainstream corporate media, generally speaking.
Honestly, I think that's going something big happen. And I think like a war, World War III is busy now, you know. Like a nuclear war, like a lot of people in Europe now, this is the first time I see this now too. A lot of people are now scared and trying, they're thinking, I think they're going to use nuclear weapons. I think this.
Well, it's possible. It's entirely possible that they might use nuclear weapons. But the thing to understand, though, is that
we fight to the NATO. You know, the NATO is stationed here in Belgium. You know, it's you know the NATO. You know, they are fucked up. There's a reason we go tomorrow. But in 3 hours, I must go to Brussels. We go on the streets for the NATO. And all kinds of stuff. And
well, there's a reason. Well, there's actually a reason I asked Claire the first question. For those of you who don't know, Operation Icarus started around this time last year, and Free Thought Project was doing a really nice job of covering it. They were getting leaks from people, individuals, and doing a really nice job covering it. And then Free Thought Project got a ban, and since that time, the Free Thought Project has not written about Anonymous ever again.
Yeah.
I can't address that as the outlet because I am not, of course, authorized to speak for Free Thought Project.
Of course.
But I will say that has been my experience at the Anti-Media and the Free Thought Project and other places that either if there is not a very large crowd response, like if the public is done with hearing about a subject, or if there might be a reason, like for instance, Facebook occasionally censors things like that, and Facebook has a fondness for censoring anonymous articles. If there is a reason that it can't be covered or that it should not be covered, then it probably won't be, and that's not to lessen the impact of Op Icarus or anything else. It's not at all meant to do that. It's just that the public sometimes will have a backlash against those operations, no matter how valiantly and how honorably they might be undertaken. If there is a reason that the public is looking at those as hostile, or for instance, and this is actually the best thing I can say on that, when the state says fake news, and when the government is kind of putting forth all of these different narratives saying that activists basically suck, because that's what they're trying to do, because this is like the downfall of dissent. The government right now is trying to quash dissent in a very literal and very tangible way. If you have an article about something that is planned and ongoing, Facebook, of course, works in conjunction with the CIA, the NSA, the government, the state. I mean, you can't necessarily write on every topic that should be covered. And the reasons aren't that they aren't valid. It isn't that there's some nefarious purpose by alternative media. It's that when we try to cover that, there isn't as much response. I don't know if any of you are familiar with ghosting, but you can post a topic on Facebook as an outlet. I had this happen when I was writing for Anti-Media, and you can post this article that you've written that makes a lot of sense, that you would think would resonate, and it's imperatives of the hour, and Facebook will make sure that almost nobody sees it. And it's very strange. I have posted articles that I've written to my page and have people visit my page on Facebook and have them not be able to see it at all, no matter what, even though it's publicly posted every time.
Right. We saw that with Standing Rock. You brought up a very valid point that media outlets, social outlets such as Facebook, Twitter, they do have a tendency to enable ghosting, to bury certain things, such as Standing Rock, as the latest example. Myanmar also has been buried by Facebook, the Twitters.
And even when when you're in Myanmar, you really you can't post anything. Nobody sees anything.
You're right.
Even your locations. I was live streaming from Myanmar. It would show people watching. It would show 20 viewers, 30 viewers, 40 viewers, and then I would talk to people that are on my site, and they're like, "No, we didn't see it at all."
Exactly, and that's such an issue.
Yeah.
They can literally disappear posts that were public and have always been public, and that happens all the time. And people don't realize it until you point it out to them. Like, until I had people go to my page and screenshot posts in order so that I could see what they were seeing versus what I was seeing, I didn't realize how bad it was. Like, an average post for me will have, quite a few likes or whatever and a bunch of shares. But I would have posts that would go and sit on my page for over an hour with 1 like. And I'm like, what in the hell is going on? And I would have my friends go and screenshot what they were seeing, and they wouldn't see the post, even though they were public, even though there was no warning given by Facebook, nothing. That's what ghosting is. Ghosting is insidious, and it makes sure that the points that we want to make public as activists aren't.
So as an activist yourself, would you say that activists are specifically targeted?
100%.
Absolutely.
I agree with that one.
Absolutely. And
that's some of that has to do with the job. I mean, who else are you going to censor? Nobody cares what really, other than your other grandmas, what cookies she made. The stuff that's dangerous is what the activists are posting.
And like when I was in Standing Rock and such, I mean, the very first thing that I heard when I went to Standing Rock and I stayed at the casino was every single word that you say on Facebook and in Messenger is being seen by not only the cops, the FBI, the CIA, and everybody else is monitoring. And it was a warning given. And it's true of every subject. This is true. They want to make sure that there is no dissent.
Yeah, and that doesn't count the bugs that they had in all of our rooms. When we would do sweeps of the rooms, you would find 3-4 listening devices in a couple of room radius. Now, those listening devices between the walls can listen to 2 rooms, 3 rooms at a time. The 4 rooms at a touch it, up, down, left, right. They're listening to all of those.
Like I'm saying, I'm a street activist. I'm constantly on the street, I do constantly live streams. And like you say, always my live streams, sometimes they're going off. Bam. Always. And I try it again and then say I cannot do live streams anymore because I do too much. Or
what did it say? Facebook is having some sort of technical difficulty. Try back later.
Yeah, the technical difficulty with the truth. Yeah.
No more. Yeah.
I mean, we really, that was so, for the amount of time and money and bullshit that they spent on it, it was completely and utterly ineffective, especially when it comes to Standing Rock. If your deal was that you were going to stop those stories from getting out, that you were going to squash that movement in a media blackout, you failed horribly. You know what I mean? Every penny that you spent was completely wasted because we've got more support now across the world than we did when you were trying to black us out. And every time they would come back and you would say, look, here's a picture of my Facebook page, or here's the picture of my video, they're keeping this from getting out.
Yeah.
Right?
What they also do, like in Europe and United States, if you want to send something, it's always sent, you cannot see it. We sometimes cannot see the news from United States and otherwise too. I lived in United States for 2 years too, and also I don't understand the news from Europe, the real news, and they cover everything up and they setting
Another great example. You go in, Google, Yahoo, all of the big search engines. Your search is by your location. So there's heaps of things that you just do not see, and you don't notice that you're not seeing. That's what makes it a perfect system.
I'm followed by the cops, really. So from activism, I'm on the street. I do nothing wrong, and we do it peaceful. And I'm always, when we come, always left and right. There are cops next to each other, and with the other protesters, the normal activists, then yeah, no problem. But there's always cops. Always, you must give
Always, and this is the thing too that people don't understand in the U.S. We have this general fog, like an amnesic fog, that we have some sort of extreme press freedom here. Well, we were rated 43rd in the entire world in press freedom this year. That's really telling.
It's one of those things.
We dropped from like 41st, I believe, to 43rd in press freedom. That's very telling. It's also very it's interesting that as a fundamental premise of our Constitution, we have embedded press freedom along with free speech. And, free expression.
It's not even like it's 10th. Our founding fathers picked it specifically as number 1, right?
Yes, exactly. But it's not the truth.
Like right away, the first thing that we are going to write down is to make sure that the people have freedom of press. Our founding fathers did that on purpose. It wasn't accidental that was number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing with press freedom is when you want to look to the downfall of a society, to the downfall of an empire, you will look first to its transparency and information. You will look to how it is that the government treats the free flow of information, if you will. And the best example right now is WikiLeaks, because there has not been in the entire history of WikiLeaks a single document that can be disputed as inauthentic.
And also the lies in the history books. Also the lies in the history books.
Yes,
all
exactly.
lies. Believe me.
You cannot look to WikiLeaks and the fact that it is basically a publishing media organization. All they do is vet their documents to make sure that people aren't going to be killed. And as long as people aren't going to be killed from the documents that they publish, then they will publish them in full. And the biggest threat to the American empire, which is currently crumbling at a rapid pace, the best example of the downfall is the fact that WikiLeaks has been excoriated as this kind of enemy state. I believe it was, I can't remember who said it, was intelligence porn. They're calling WikiLeaks an active media entity for an enemy state. And it's the most ridiculous, absurd
I believe that was hostile intelligence.
Yeah, I believe that was
correct.
Comey who said that. But to go back to Standing Rock and the media censorship, we did see media censorship there, and even in Flint, Claire, we're seeing quite a bit of basically, I wouldn't call it a blackout, but it's being mainly ignored. And Flint's not the only. Hugh and I are having a really nice conversation earlier, as you know, that Flint's not the only city that is having these lead issues, but almost no one knows about it. Philadelphia is also one of the worst cities.
It's actually Flint is one of the kind of medium sort of badly contaminated cities.
Well, I've always asked the question. I personally have never met anybody where they say, "Hey, the water where we're from is clean." So, I would like, if somebody's in the comments, post the place where the water is good to drink. Because every city that you talk to, every rural community that you talk to, everyone that you talk to is saying, hey, our water is no good for one reason or another. Where are the places where the water is good?
We got pretty good aquifer.
Now
people wonder why it is that Standing Rock was such a big deal. And people wonder why it is that Standing Rock happened like it did, and the legislation for the export of unrefined crude happened as it did. People wonder why that happened. They don't seem to understand that this country, it's not a new thing with the Trump administration by any means. It wasn't new with the Obama administration by any means. We're talking about basically decades upon decades of failed policy that was not in the public interest ever to begin with, and it continues to go on, and people don't realize how bad it is because it's easier to blame whatever current administration has power, when in fact it is not whatever current administration has power. It's actually the fact that there is power and rulership instead of leadership in this country.
Do you want to expand?
Yep.
You want to elaborate a little more on that, Claire? We've talked about that, but you want to, basically we call them puppets pulling the strings. So,
well, I mean, you can step back and look at policies that don't change by administration. The things that they don't agree on are always very superficial, and I think we boiled it down to two, right? Abortion and guns, and that's it. Those are the only two things they don't agree on. When it comes to making money, when it comes to working with corporations, they all vote they all vote nonpartisan. They always vote to make corporations money together. So, I mean, when you step back and move away from the figurehead, from that guy that's standing in front of you, behind the scenes, they've always, they've always done it that way. Did I get booted again? Ugh.
I got booted, but I'm back.
Yeah, I got booted. I'm back. But
I mean, I would
I can get back as well. There we go.
I would like to make the point about bottled water. When it comes
hold on one second, because Claire's only going to be here for a little bit, so.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. It's just when it comes to the water, thing, this is the plan, right? You can't drink the water out the faucet. You can't drink the water out of the stream, right? The only place that you can get water is from Nestle. That's the plan.
Yep.
This one.
So, I mean, that's not
they say you must drink your water.
Yeah, they would like there to be no available drinking water that you do not have to buy from them. That is the plan.
It's produced.
So when you say, they're doing a pipeline that's going to destroy the water, they're happy with that. Oh, they're doing this that's going to destroy the water. They're happy with that. If you look at Flint, the people that were selling them water bottles, they made billions off of that.
Yeah,
sure.
Still large.
Let me say this. I will say that I am not one of the people who believe that there is some nefarious plan to kill off basically all the world's population. I don't buy into that. Now, I'm not saying that's bad if somebody does, but my thought is this. If there is a profit to be made, then these corporations, these mega corporations, will do so. And that is not, and I also want to emphasize that is not an anti-capitalist statement. The problem is the government gives these corporations like Nestle, like ETP, Energy Transfer Partners, who is responsible for Dakota Access Pipeline, among many others.
Stock is in free fall, by the way.
The government gives these companies welfare. The biggest welfare fraud is
corporate welfare.
Corporate welfare, there you go, yeah.
And you also have a policy of eminent domain, which has to be one of the most insidious policies that was original to this country. And eminent domain would be fine, perhaps, if it were in the public interest. But because eminent domain almost never acts in the public interest, you have ETP and have these other corporations saying, hey, we're going to make sure that we can do whatever we want to, and they're going to approach these individuals like local energy.
Is it 800? Yeah, something like
that. Energy companies.
Chris,
check the. Can we get a mic check?
Chris.
No. Everybody's getting dropped out and back in.
I think he's buying a horse.
I like it.
Sounds like
Yeah, we got horses out here at camp.
All right, Claire,
Horse riding.
Please.
All right, y'all. I don't have much time left.
All right, yeah. Continue what you were saying about it with the eminent domain and.
Still out there. It's not funny, and then that's what there's a lung out with. Oh shit! Fucking away.
Well, I mean, I completely agree with what she's saying about eminent domain supposedly, being used in the people's interest. But right now, it's that you build a strip mall so that your buddies can build a hotel or put a pipeline through. It has nothing to do with the public interest.
It doesn't have a thing to do with public interest, and that was what
incredible animals
here.
out there.
We're talking about a ban on the export of unrefined crude that was in place since the 70s. That was repealed in 2015 specifically for Dakota Access Pipeline. And when you talk about something that was repealed specifically for one project, for EPP, for Dakota Access, it's only going to get worse from there. You can only take that policy and use it to your own.
Like everything else, they will take as much as you're willing to give.
And you have
sign the papers the first time. When they sign for no, go ahead.
You have these who have bought property. We're talking personal private property who now are subject to arrest.
Oh yeah, if you don't leave, they will send heavily armed thugs to your house to beat up you and your family or put you in prison. I mean, that's the bottom line. If you say, look, this is my house, this has always been my family home, put your strip mall somewhere else or build it around, I don't really give a shit, right? They will send heavily armed people, and if you resist, they will kill you.
Yeah, they'll kill you or they'll arrest you. They'll make it so that your business is theirs. They are going to make it so that your private property is their private property. And that's what the government does. And the government is only meant to be able to use eminent domain in cases where the public interest is of much greater import than a personal private interest. And none of that is happening in the cases where they are doing that with Dakota Access or with any of the other pipelines that are currently being planned or constructed across the country. And the problem is you have all of these people trying to protest saying, no, I don't want your freaking pipeline going through my property. And yet that's exactly what happens. And the government, instead of actually paying attention to the studies that say that all of these pipelines are redundant and unnecessary, particularly in the interest of renewables and, you know, wind and water and whatever else energy, the government does not care. The government does not care that it's your private property. It does not care that you've paid for it. It does not care that you have a mortgage out or anything else. If the government wants your property, and the pipeline company has undergone several and multiple studies saying that your property is the prime location for this pipeline, if you are going through that, then the government will not relent. They will find a way to use this eminent domain policy in order to make sure that they have your property whether or not you like it. And if you protest and if you say, hey, I don't want your shit on my property, they're going to come and they're going to take it anyway. And if you have a problem with it, they'll take you to jail.
What are some of the
that's ridiculous.
Now, what are some of the tactics that we've talked about this last 2 shows ago, Claire, and we didn't have you on here, but as an investigative journalist, what are some of the tactics that you've talked to people about that the government uses before it gets to throwing them in jail?
First they send you, the please will you leave paperwork.
We're losing her. We're going to lose her soon, Terrence.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you're going to be bombarded with paperwork, and you're going to be bombarded with this idea that, like, hey, you know what? This is in the public's interest. This is the best possible thing you can do for your country is to allow this pipeline to go through your property. And the thing with pipelines at this point in this country is that all of them are redundant.
Not only redundant, they're worthless. 50 years, and we will not be using fossil fuels at all. Well, they're pointless.
Of course. But the one thing that I think people don't understand, too, is that Dakota Access is essentially Keystone. Now, we not only have approval for Dakota Access, but we have approval for Keystone that wasn't approved in the first place. We have both of those things. Both of them are redundant. So you have two redundant pipelines. The industry actually excoriated the idea of Dakota Access Pipeline, saying, nobody needs this. Like, that's fine. We'll invest because it means money for us, but nobody needs this. So why are you building this? And there was a great deal of skepticism before this pipeline ever came into fruition. And that's why
are part of ExxonMobil. You know, as long as you can make him and his buddy a little bit of money before they leave, they're happy with it.
That's
and that money,
government
subsidies. The fact that they just spent $30 billion, spent $30 million to fight us at Standing Rock, the government's going to reimburse them for that money. No, I'm done. You're making money at that point.
They are making money. They are going to take your property, and you are not going to make money because of this. And that's what it comes down to. And the problem is, and I have to go in a second, but the problem is, you're not talking about something in the public interest. If the government were to be less duplicitous in its program here of eminent domain, the government would say, you know what? It's in the public interest that we invest in wind energy. It's in the public interest that we invest in solar. And no, you don't have to make these fields that everybody finds controversial where, birds are getting fried up or shot into bits and turbines. It's not like that. If there were actual public interest, we would be investing in renewable energy. We would be ensuring that when peak oil is reached, which arguably already has happened, we are not going to be dependent on these fossil fuels any longer. We will be instead dependent on the things that will not have an end. And it's not happening. And if somebody needs an argument even further for eminent domain, I can probably give you links to hundreds of people who say, I was not having a problem with big oil until big oil decided it wanted my property.
Oh,
that's what it comes down to.
Exactly. All right, Claire, I did not have a problem with it until they were kicking open my door.
Right.
I didn't know about police brutality until they started fucking with me, and now, I guess that all makes sense.
That's how it is with anything.
Yeah.
It's all fine and good. It's all fine and good until it affects me, and until enough people are affected, they're not going to necessarily understand, although they should try to ahead of time.
Well, that is our, and I think that's your goal. I think that's a lot of our goals is to try and help people find a little apathy in their lives. That just because it doesn't affect them doesn't mean it's not important. Because you made a really beautiful post earlier today about protesters now being able to be hit, and rather than people fighting over that, they should be fighting about how little by little every single freedom of ours is being taken.
Exactly. And one of the most imperative freedoms that is being taken away slowly but surely, and honestly, the government has manipulated the narrative enough that it makes it effective, is freedom of speech. Freedom of speech, expression, and press are the fundamental freedoms. They are in the First Amendment of this Constitution for a reason. Until we have those basic freedoms secured, which we do not have right now, we will continue to be subjected to this governmental narrative that, hey, you're not patriotic if you're not doing such and such. I mean, this is a very bad problem. I am going to have to run, but if I can, I'd like to plug, I'm working on a new website. It's claireburnish.com. Just for lack of creativity on my part, but I'm going to have a new website up and a mailing list if you want to be on it, et cetera, et cetera. And I will have, I write for a Free Thought Project and some other outlets, and that's fine. My outlet will have a lot more opinion, and I realize that I have a very strong voice, and I can be very disagreeable. I have a lot of haters, but I think that it's important for people to know why it is that I stand where I do, because before I ever started writing, before I ever got into journalism, I was an activist, and that will never, ever leave me.
Thank you. Well, Claire, thank you so much for being with us. And if you could put the link in the chat before you leave so we can put it up for all the listeners of Anonymous Bites Back, we greatly appreciate it. And I know I would be happy to join your mailing list. I love your opinions. I love your strong voice. And like you said, you're an activist first and foremost. And to me, that's highly commendable. And again, thank you for being on the show tonight.
Thank you very much for having me. It was wonderful to talk with you all, and I hope to come again soon.
I think this is the first time I've ever got to actually talk to you face to face and not just in Facebook posts.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not an elusive nobody. I'm not just a bot posting stuff. I promise.
No, I think we've been friends on Facebook for a year and a half, maybe 2 years. I'll have to look into it, and I don't think we've ever had an actual face-to-face conversation.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, thank you all, and seriously, everybody, keep your heads up. Make sure that, check out claireburnish.com, and make sure that you always, always, always check out links and check out articles and research for yourself before you call something fake news, because it likely is not fake news.
All right, that was a great sign-off. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you.
All right, so, and if I can elaborate on that, and this is directed specifically towards Anons who are listening, one of the biggest issues that I've had over my 12 years involved is that I've seen the researching go just into the shitter.
Oh, people just posting, people just looking at the first 3 words and then reposting it.
Exactly, Tyler. And,
I'll get something. Somebody will send me to it. Somebody will like send me a link or post a link, and it will. The first 3 words, the little description that's in the bottom will, say the right things, and then you'll look at the article and you're like, oh my god.
It's about the lizard people.
Yeah.
Well, that's a whole nother conversation.
Which is cool. I would be happy if it was about the lizard people. That's at least respectable. You know what I mean? Like, just a lot of time it just goes straight into opinion, and you lose any real sort of facts in what they're talking about. Where the first line is definitely true. No one is trying to kill you, and then you get into the rest of it, and you're like, oh my god.
Right, and that's where that's why I thank Claire for her sign off, because it is all about research and knowledge. If you have to understand something, you could post 10 true news articles, but the minute, and this is personally, the minute you post one fake one, I'm going to start questioning your ability, and I may not follow you all the time. And that even goes with the personal responsibility of Tyler. This is what you and I kind of spoke about earlier, in that if you're going to claim you're an activist or you're part of the collective, the idea, anonymous, whatever you want to call it, Fred's hat is my new favorite of calling anonymous, that you have a responsibility to your people who follow you, even if it's only one person who visits your page every day to see your message and your words. The minute you post something, negative or off your game, you may lose that person, and that goes with fake articles as well. If you're admin on pages or moderator on editor on pages or groups, and you're letting fake stuff in there, you lose credibility. You're not just hurting yourself; you're hurting the idea that you supposedly stand behind. And that's.
But on the same note, we aren't giant news organizations with $1 million budgets. So I mean, people have to, we're human. We make mistakes. We get, you'll get information, and you desperately want to get the information out. So if if something is true, that it doesn't get squashed, you run the line on finding out that, a breaking news story turns out to be BS. But if you didn't post it and it wasn't real, or it was real, then it might not get posted at all. So I mean, we're put in a weird situation sometimes where we're activists. We're not news agencies. We're trying to get information to people, and we're being bombarded with huge amounts of information at the same time. You'll get something that'll seem real important, that'll seem like it's breaking news, it'll seem like reality, and then within 2-3 hours you find out that it's bogus. But if it was the real deal, you had to post it.
Right, but that would be my question, though, Terrence, is why is it so urgent to be, let's say, the first on the block to post it when, what is that the ego? Is it, what part of the human aspect is that it seems
some of
like
it is trying to give, is to give people that are listening to you, that are following you, that are supporting your activism, to get what they're supporting you for. And that's, when something does happen right away, you're going out of your way to post it, to look into it, to get into those things. That's why those people are supporting you.
Right, and I would agree with you on that, Terrence. And I don't object to that. I make mistakes. I'm certainly human, and I've posted fake or exactly what you said, and that I thought was real, and had to go back and take the story down. And that brings me to the next point: is if you do find something is fake or not real, we'll use the latest thing that happened with Prince Philip's supposed death. Remove it. It's not.
Yeah, take it down.
That's a great.
And look, the other side, the ego part, that's for them. That's for the oppressors, right? I've got no problem saying that I'm sorry. Like you have to do that. That's part of being a person. Now they get into those, I can't apologize. I can't, you know what I mean? Or they'll make some sort of, backwards. I'm apologizing, but not really. Or my fault, or you know what I mean? There's sometimes just get on there and say, look, I got this information. I posted it. Turned out to be true. Done. But they've got to work it into how I'm never wrong, and look, you're not only wrong, you're full of shit.
Right, and then it comes into a 3-hour debate with people commenting underneath the post, keep throwing it to the top and keeping it trending in the feed, rather than just removing it and say, you know what, I was wrong.
Oh yeah,
That's
the
what I
oppressor,
do.
they'll come up with entire new words if they think, rather than say that I'm wrong. Oh no, we weren't lying. These are alternative facts. So bold-faced lie is what you're saying.
They're alternative
But rather than
facts.
come out and say, look, we were wrong. Those were the wrong numbers. Rather than just come out and say, look, we fucked up, right? Which people would expect. Instead, you've came up with an entire new word to kind of describe the fact that you're a fucking liar.
Exactly. So, all right. So, in closing, so we can move on to Flint, because we do have some really special guests.
Yes, we do.
Flint today, and I did not want to ignore them. And I'd like to thank everybody from Flint for being so patient.
No, you guys
so
rock, man.
understanding. If you guys want to introduce yourselves again for the newer listeners, and let them know that these people are on. I can't promise, and they're on the front line. So introduce yourselves and tell us what Flint's all about.
Absolutely, man. This is Brandon Green. We're out here occupying a public park in Flint, Michigan. And it's definitely front lines, man. You nailed it right on the hammer with that. There's so much going on out here between the money that's tied up. There was $100 million that was given to the state that was handed supposedly over to a foundation out here and is somewhere in limbo, which is kind of where we're stuck on the money trail as far as the repairs go. But we've been house to house of these communities. We've seen this water. We've seen the effects of this water. It's some nasty, nasty stuff. We got some teams coming in to do some more samples and soil samples too, because these pipes got to be leaking lead out into the soil as well.
Well, you brought up a good point, Brandon. Welcome. This is George speaking. It's a pleasure to finally speak with you.
Yeah, for sure.
You brought up the money trail, and I was in a debate the other day with some people who were saying, "Oh no, we're working on it. They're fixing it. Leave Flint alone." Blah blah blah. You want to answer that, please?
So far, it's really honestly a big giant puzzle, man, that we're all here coordinating, trying to work together and figure out the facts on everything. But on top of these problems with the water and the money ties that go to the state, right now we don't really have too much more of where the exact money's at. We know that it was handed over to the Mott Foundation to oversee the process of the water lines to be repaired. So far, 600 pipes have been repaired out of 30,000 plus. And it's been 3 years now.
Sounds a lot like Haiti.
The money was administered. It's crazy, man. It goes deep. It goes so deep.
Progress being made.
Yeah, they were given $7 million.
$7 million?
So there is progress being made, even if at a small level.
No, I would disagree. I would disagree that there isn't progress being made, that right around the time when they have the big town halls and all of that, they make the most minuscule show of doing a repair, and then when you look back a week later, there's nothing going on, the trucks are gone. Theron was there last week, I'll be there in the next week as well, and that was what they were saying, that just there's nothing there.
I also got a really weird report today. Coming out of Flint is they're overcharging people for the money I saw one person with a bill with a water bill that was $1,049, and it wasn't due to backing. There was an anonymous $929 charge, and this is kind of common that people in Flint are repetitively. I think it's like 8,000 residents right now it's a kind of commonplace for people to get their water shut off.
Oh yeah, they're shutting them off. Yeah. It's one of those things. How the fuck do you charge me for poison water?
Exactly, man. I don't know. There's no logic.
Look, brother, I'll give it back to you. That's fine.
And I've seen the videos. I've seen the videos of children, young infants, in between the ages of 0 to 6. That are exposed to the lead, and they have these rashes over their body that are like, what the fuck is going on there, man?
We've seen some today.
This made me mad. I saw this too.
Aspect, but there's more than just lead going on in the water supplies.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. So, we Legionnaires.
The lead part because it's the easiest to test for. It's the most upfront. It's what everybody's been talking to. But there is all sorts of problems and contaminants, and the fact that you can drink a glass of water is different than breathing in the hot water particles when you're taking a shower or a bath. and what are in those particles is also making people sick.
Right.
And
Getting into their
that's where you're
pore.
going with that. Is the bacteria levels in the water? I believe
Yep.
is where you're going with this, Terrence. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
But-
because I mean that water is sitting stagnant. I mean, a lot of people are not using this water at all, so it sits stagnant in there. It creates that bacteria. I think it's what is it, Legionnaires that's happening?
Yeah, they've had a couple of
there's
people.
2 different kinds of Legionnaires.
Yeah. You know, and on top of it all, these people that can't pay their bills are getting forced out of their houses. You know,
I
they're
think the
doing these
average-
land grabs on all these people, you know, and these banks are able to buy these properties back at very cheap prices.
Well, the average
And
wasn't the average income in Flint, Michigan, is like $26,000 a year, something like that.
Well, and I mean-
after the GM, you know,
Right, GM
factor
pulled the plug and they
happened.
went downhill.
Yeah, then everything went downhill.
Well, I mean, GM switched over to clean water again. Like they get clean water, and I don't think they're charging them a bill either. I'd love to see that.
No, but that was the majority of their work out here was GM, and then a majority of that work moved across seas. You know.
Well, Brandon, you brought up GM. Do you want to talk? Were any of you at the town hall where 9 people were arrested?
Yeah, I was there.
All right. Do you want to talk to the viewers about what exactly happened? It was held in a church, and just kind of start from there.
Well, I mean, there's 2 things that happened there. Number one, you know, people were were speaking up about what was going on. The people that were arrested before and after, number one, it was dirty how they arrested them. But their issue was that, once again, we've got heavily armed corporate thugs with their thumb on people, and their thing was, look, this is a church, and you've got a machine gun in here. Right? This is a
How does that happen?
You're putting yourself in the position where you're saying, on holy ground, you know, which, I mean, pretty much everybody on the planet agrees you shouldn't be murdering people inside of a church.
Right, but they were being arrested for wearing a hat.
Wearing a hat. They got their
they
guns
asked
in
him
there.
to
You know?
take his hat off. He said, you know, there's no reason for me to take my hat off. He did take it off. By us, you know, I was standing right there and handed it out, and then they continued on with the meeting. And then when they went outside into the hallway, one of the officers like, oh, come here, I want to talk to you for a minute. And then when he came over to talk to him, he arrested him. After the fact, after he's walking out, after he said, you know, they came in, he made this point, one of the officers came by, said, hey, you know, you got to leave. He said, all right, no problem, I'll leave. I said my piece. And then when he was leaving, one of the officers said, oh, come here real quick, and they arrested him.
All right, so let's back up a little bit to give people an idea of why the meeting was held in the first place, and that's kind of what, you know, give everybody a little background, because I know there's some confusion on the understanding of why the meeting even happened.
Well, I mean, some of it is just normal times, right? You have town hall meetings all the time. You know, they're scheduled months in advance, which is one of the benefits that we have, is because we know when you're meeting, why you're meeting, who's going to be there, and all of it. And it gives you a chance to take the people that are in charge directly to task. And this is kind of something we've seen through several other town halls where people have showed up and, look, you know, these are the things that we disagree with. Why are you doing this to me? And you can really confront the people that are right in front of you. These are the Department of Housing. These are the mayor. These are the city council. These are those people. And they don't like that. Not at all.
Right.
You tell them what they don't want to hear, you're going to jail.
Yeah. And, you know, they'd like it to be like, oh, well, you're going to jail, you shut up. But no, you're going to jail, and we live streamed it, and now everybody, you know, millions and millions and millions of people are pissed off at a town hall that only had 20 people at it.
Right.
It's the power of the movement, man.
May 24, watch the news. Brussels and NATO. You're going to try to enter the NATO.
Well, we got to see what. I mean, I know we want to focus on Flint, but we got to. You know, it'll be interesting to see how France's vote comes. That's going to have a big. That's going to have a big effect on Europe, on everything. You know, France leaves the EU, that's over.
Right, right, and we can go there, but if I'm
let's focus on Flint while we can.
If I'm not mistaken,
absolutely.
Terrence, and
Right.
this is the Brandon. The meeting was held to renew the contract that have talks about renewing the contract of the current water supply. Is that correct? The water filtration.
I believe so. I believe you're right on that. I actually arrived boots on the ground just after that event took place, but I do believe you're correct on that. Yes.
And that was the issue, is that the water levels have come down a little bit, and I don't want to say acceptable levels, but
No. Definitely not acceptable.
Let me put
Yeah, I think they're lying about that one.
Yeah, it's less poisonous than it was now. Still completely
Right.
poisonous, but a little bit less poisonous than it was before.
You won't die so fast.
Instead of dying
It'll
in
take a little
5
bit
years, you're going
longer.
to die in 6 years.
Right.
Yeah, and by the way, you owe us a bill for that. That is the one thing that's like just the
Pay your rent.
extra kick in the balls is not only did you sell me poisonous water that is literally killing me and my family, you're gonna charge me for it.
And if you don't pay, if you don't pay, we'll kick you out of your house. Yeah.
Right. How you gonna do that?
Yep.
Hey, this is some corrupt. This is some corrupt shit here.
Yeah, that's the top. The least you could do is give me my poisonous water for free.
Right.
Right.
What is the response of residents up in Flint with now? You know, before I know a lot of people are afraid to speak out. They're afraid of the eviction notices. They're afraid of the lawyers coming after them. With the 8,000 evictions, do you see a little more urgency happening up in Flint?
Yes, it's definitely starting to get a little active. More people are coming to camp right now. Some of the people seem like they lost hope, but we're trying to give them hope.
Now it was a day after I left. I know the police department and the fire department was there. I wasn't I wasn't there at that moment. So I personally
Which time?
What their response? I think this is less than a week ago.
I got you. Yeah, it says there's the first day that Aaron and Ryan and Manifesting camped out here, the fire department came out, tried to put out the fire, and then we had a second occurrence about a week ago, where we formed a line, protected the fire, and saved the fire before they could put it out. But what is
the reasoning behind even showing up? Would you say it's harassment?
Oh yeah, man, it's fear tactics. We've seen it in Standing Rock, man. It's straight fear tactics. Trying to get us all riled up and scared.
Right, and
I spent 7 months in Standing Rock, man. We know how this goes.
Yeah, I like how they show up like it's gonna be a surprise. Like, oh look, I'm a new tough guy. Look at these cool things.
And it's like, come on, man. Like Manifesting says, man. He says if you're gonna enforce one rule here, you're gonna have to enforce all of them. We're occupying a public park where it's supposed to be closed after 10. I mean, come on, you're gonna come out here and put out a little fire.
Yeah. Now I would ask. I haven't done it. It's something that I probably should make a movement for. The police are a lost cause. Like those fuckers, they're hired thugs. But has anybody really tried to sort of approach the fire departments? They're normally a different caliber of people. You know what I mean? That we may have some support inside the fire departments that we would not get in the police departments. Fire and emergency.
Right. It even seems like some of the police are supporting us, but they got to do their job. I don't know how they think.
I mean, they're drinking the same water,
Can you expand on that a little bit, Chris? You just said something that I posted about a week ago, that not all cops are bastards. Do you want to talk about exactly what you just stated, that you actually have some of the police support? Because obviously they live there, their families live there, their families are being poisoned, but they're getting paid. What experiences have you had with that?
Well, I know that the chief of police rides by about twice a day. He stopped by a couple times and talks, but he don't really never say nothing negative. It's always positive.
I know there was one officer that came out personally and told us that if we want to fix the police department, they got to fire all of us. And he didn't say fire them; he said fire all of us. So they know the department's corrupt.
Yeah, we can agree with that.
Right.
Yeah,
We gotta know.
You guys got to get. I forget which state it was. Was it I want to say in Missouri.
Indiana, I think.
Indiana, where they fired the whole department. The whole department.
They all quit, bro.
Quit.
Yeah,
They
that's
turned
fine.
back
Like, in those situations, you're a public servant, right? Our tax dollars pay for
Right.
guys. If the deal is that to keep you from oppressing you, we have to fire oppressing us. We have to fire your entire department.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Get the fuck out.
Yeah, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Adios.
Have fun being a security guard at Target.
It's almost what it needs on every level of the system, though, man. I mean, being out here in Flint and getting into the political realm of things, it's just the corruption goes so far, man. It's just,
Oh man, yeah.
you don't even know where to start.
Yes, it's in the whole state.
Yeah. You know, it's all
I don't
tied to
believe it's
old
just here in
money.
Flint. I think it's all state.
Yeah,
When
it's
it comes to
definitely.
That's who's really watching us as the state police.
Yep.
It's like from the bottom to the top. You know, like I mean, literally,
Right.
whether it's local, state government, whether it's the police departments, whether it's the federal governments, all of these, like they are corrupt from the bottom to the top, all the
Oh,
way,
yeah.
all the way to
Yeah,
the
you can
top.
definitely tell. It shows here big time.
Yeah, it's all that money, man. Everybody's chasing that money and not really caring about the life of a human being, you know.
Nope.
Which is what makes the divest movement so important to us.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's valuable.
Nothing.
Right.
If that's the deal, that's fine. If you only care about profit, I will take every last fucking dime from you.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Divest Wells Fargo, divest Chase, man, divest them all.
Yeah, I mean, and we're what, it's like 30 billion that we've managed to take out? 60 billion
Yes,
we've taken
sir.
out? Yeah,
Oh,
take
yeah.
it all. Take it all.
It's gotta hurt.
Well, eventually they hit a spot where, look, it doesn't matter how much oil you sell, you're already 30 billion in the hole. You're going to make
And
30
like you
billion
said-
profit even to make up for that.
Like I said, 15 years from now, it's gonna be obsolete, man. Not gonna be using it anymore. It's like they're trying to profit on all this before we move on to where we need to be. You know, I mean, but they're destroying everything at the same time. You know, I mean, all these pipelines, all of them are gonna leak eventually. You know.
Well, there's not a pipeline that doesn't. Like, you know, it's
absolutely.
Of course it is.
if
Yeah,
that's
you
the
get 1,000 miles. You get oil in a tube, and you go 1,000 miles. Of course, it's gonna.
And Flint.
Yeah, go ahead. Like, if that's the deal, no other industry can look at you and say, what kind of success rate do you have? Oh, we've never successfully managed to make a pipeline that doesn't leak.
Yeah,
Never.
and Flint is like what we were trying to prevent from happening in Standing Rock. You know, this is like the aftermath. You know, poisoned water
Revolution.
that you
What are you
can't
trying
drink,
to-
you can't bathe in.
Right. This is already happening.
And
Yeah,
these land grabs are like a form of eminent domain if you really look at it. You know, they're taking over season property for water you can't drink, and then they're rezoning this shit for commercial purpose.
Right. It's like they're trying to push the people out, literally.
And if you really look
Whether at
at
they
it,
have to kill 'em or not.
majority of the world's clean drinking water is in the Great Lakes. So if they're trying to privatize water, they're in the perfect place to try to do it. And they're already talking about having pipelines all the way from the Great Lakes down to California to feed clean water to Cali.
Right now, there's someone in the that brought up that some of the locals actually don't want you there. What is your personal experience, Brandon, about meeting the locals in general?
Honestly, I haven't met one yet that has said that. Every local that I've met has said, "Man, thank you for being here." They see this as Flint's last stand. You know, they went through a media blackout just like Standing Rock did. A lot of people forgot there were still bad water here in Flint. You know, and everybody
It's everywhere too.
And because we don't have as high of a native population in Flint, we do have all the corporate corruption, but you don't have the underlying racism that affected us in the Dakotas. You know,
Right.
there was you would come up with people, but their issue was not the clean drinking water. It was that they didn't like indigenous people, and they made that very clear.
Clear, right?
Where you didn't have that, and other places that we've been, because there isn't as high of an indigenous population, you're very accepted, and not people are racist against you because of their because of where they live. So that's led people to be much more supportive of it.
Yeah, and what's crazy is the media from the other end, that they always try to spin the race card, man. We're not worried about race
Yeah,
at
you
all.
can hear
We
our
welcome
videos
all.
on that one.
We've been attacked by it. We've been throwing the race card and stuff. They try to create that racial hate, but we carried on from that, man. We preach unity, man. Unity is what it's going to take in this movement. It's an ever-evolving movement. This shit is changing every single day. And we need to learn from our lessons of the past and grow for the future, for these ideas to work, and for what we're trying to grow to take root.
So what is the end goal for Flint?
Get some clean water.
Answers, there's a lot of answers that need to be, questions that need to be answered. clean water solutions, offered solutions. Come on, man. There's technology out there. There's got to be a solution, at least a temporary solution that could have been, supplemented by now. It's been 3 years, man.
Right.
I mean, imagine
Right,
3 years of
years.
having to deal with this personally, your family. Imagine having to boil water out of plastic bottles to bathe your kid. How long would it take to do a family of 5?
Yeah, $1 trillion.
Think about the struggle.
What even like a massive distillation?
Like
what distillation?
$1 trillion
a tub.
if you want to fight, if you want to bomb Afghanistan or Iraq, but no money if you want to give.
No money for this, yeah.
We
Here's a
fly
little
helicopters
trickle.
around all day long at us. I mean, how much does it cost to fly a helicopter around in circles all day?
Well, you even look
Yeah.
at these places where there isn't fresh water. Our giant ships that we park places to provide to provide emergent nations and places that we're at war with fresh, clean drinking water, that doesn't exist for us.
I mean, wouldn't a secondary massive distillation and water filtration plant, even in the area, and then redo the pipes that way even be a solution? I mean,
are you talking about investing in infrastructure?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Exactly. And see, that's our purpose here, man. We're trying to.
Oh, I think you cut out whoever that was. All right, so,
be heard again and get the right minds out here, man.
Okay, and then
We got people jumping.
That leads me to the next question, Brandon. Since you have, hopefully we have a lot of listeners. Tyler, I don't know what the number's at, but a lot of people will check in later the next day. What can people do for you guys up on the front lines right now? What are you guys looking for?
Man,
you were doing some runs earlier today, but you might have people listening who can't get there and they want to give assistance.
Yeah, man. The easiest thing to do is hop on Facebook and join up on the Camp Promise of Flint page. We try to stay posted with supplies. We got rideshare groups that are forming. We got supply chains from all over the United States. There's a lot of support that's gathering this way. So if you can't be here, that's a good way to get connected with how you could help from a distance. We got keyboard warriors helping us find information, get information out. We got supply chains. We got people who are sharing rides to get here. So there's multiple ways. So with the rideshare groups, if you got donations you want to send up, you can link up with people in the rideshare groups, meet them and, hand up the donations and hang out and meet some cool people, man. This journey is great,
That's awesome. That's awesome. And you mentioned,
for an awesome cause,
something which was really funny, Brandon, because you mentioned the keyboard warriors. And earlier today, you asked, I need a call to the keyboard warriors to find out the Mott Foundation, and you were flooded.
Flooded, bro. Our family is awesome, man. This family between Anonymous and the No Dapple movements and everything I've been involved with. I was involved with Anonymous before Standing Rock even fell into my lap, but just this unification of these people who have grown from these events that we're facing in current days in our life. I mean, we're building a good collection of people, beautiful hearts, beautiful minds,
Yeah.
All right, we need more people on the ground up here.
Yeah, we do need some more people. I know there's a strong following in Flint, Michigan, man. I know Operation CTW is out here doing strong work, and if there's any people out here, man, come out here, show some love and support, man. It's a really good feeling out here, good vibes, good energy, and dude, we're on the front lines, bro. If you want some action, come and get it.
Now, are you working with Project Flint as well up there?
Yeah, Project Flint's been out here, and I don't know their exact role. I know they're good at their little PR and media and stuff. I haven't really got to meet Project Flint too much, but I know they've been doing a lot of work out here, good stuff. So it's nice to have their support.
All right. Well, do you want to plug? The Facebook page again? And do you guys have a Twitter also? Someone running your Twitter?
No, it's Camp Promise of Flint. And I'm pretty sure all their links for all the rest of their stuff will be on their page.
It's on their page, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, everything should be posted on their page. Yeah, I don't really operate their page. I do Awakened Warriors Coalition. So I'm out here in support. I felt a calling in Flint. I came out here, and I've met a lot of great people in Standing Rock, a lot of great people through the Anonymous, and I'm out here showing support, doing what I can, rallying up some people, putting out the call.
Respect for you, really. Respect for you. And we all warriors, and respect for all,
Thank you, Kevin. But no,
Yeah. I don't know how you must say that.
Love you, bro.
well said, Kevin.
Awesome, thank you.
But definitely,
I must
I'm telling you, man, it's
for everybody that
I must have gone on the street for 2 hours on the streets for 2 hours. Oh my god.
But there, I think, and like
The
Brandon,
streets
I
are
like what you
fun.
pointed out. There's a role for everybody.
Bristol.
You're not bashing the keyboard warriors. You're not bashing the people on the front lines. You're not bashing the people who work 9 to 5 and are able to donate a couple cases of water, hooking up with ride shares, and things along those lines. And you brought up, again, unity, and it's not just a unity between anonymous. There's unity between those at Standing Rock, and I've seen that as well. I have many friends from Standing Rock now and water protectors that I talk to daily, strictly through being an activist. And it's about reaching out and about being active and sharing. As simple as that.
I got voted, but when it comes to the water protectors in general, we have managed to find the way around their divisive politics. When you go to one of these camps, you will meet everyone, far right, far left, in the middle, Trump supporters, Clinton supporters, Obama supporters, you will meet absolutely everybody. And we're not worried about any of that. When you put aside, what are you fighting for? Clean water. That's something that everybody can get behind. And they've tried to throw in
without water.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, kicked me out as well.
All right, I'm back.
I think
No dapple.
I think I
No
got the right
Yeah.
link in the feeds.
But we found kind of the kryptonite to their divisive politics, and that's clear in Flint, which is a pretty red area. Normally,
this is gonna be prime. This is prime to do it.
Oh, this goes all the way to the top.
And we have managed to find a loophole in unity, and that we can all agree on clean water. We can all agree on that, and it allows us to move forward on a myriad of other pieces of corruption, of whatever, because of that unity. It is the only strength that we have.
It's the next.
You must first defeat
and it's the next precious resource. I mean, clean water is priceless.
Well, it's the last precious resource, right? They've already destroyed our air. They've already destroyed our oceans. They've already contaminated.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They've already contaminated our media. The water is really the last thing that they have not been able to destroy us on. That's it. We hold on to the water.
Yep.
Lose the water. That's it.
It's our last stand, bro. I mean, that's why uniting is so important. I mean, there's a lot of people pushing for the same cause and the same things. We all are different, but our differences make us great, man. It gives us our different stories and everything, But this is time to stand up for this clean water, man. Without clean water, what's left,
Well, considering man is made of 60% water, without
water is life. I mean,
that's not a joke. It's not just
it's not a joke.
No life.
No, it's just an ultimate truth.
Yeah, it really is. And it's that's what baffles me the
You
most.
live without
is how
food, you
many,
can't live without water.
Yeah, how people are still asleep to all this.
Well, I think what it comes down to is something that Claire Brent mentioned is it doesn't affect them.
Right.
Not yet.
What they don't understand that it is affecting them. And Lexi, are you there still? Lexi, I saw you come back.
Shows that the government can do whatever they want to do to you.
I'm not sure if she's asleep, but
Well,
she's
they
sleeping.
think they can.
But she's from Louisiana.
They think they can.
But Lexi, if you're listening, chime in here because you're from Louisiana and you've had a lot of water issues down there as well. I'm originally from Philly, really bad.
Hello, Louisiana.
I have, I've had issues with that. I had well water, had to put a $10,000 filtration system in just to drink our water, and not be poisoned. So, a lot of people really don't think twice of that. So, how do we get people involved in waking up that you do need water, and it's not a Native American thing, it's not a white thing, it's not a race thing, it's not a money thing. It's simply a life thing.
Right. I don't understand why they're not awake. It's crazy.
So how do we do it then? What's the solution of, for everybody listening? I know everybody here is a strong activist. So to the listeners, what do you say to the listeners about getting that message out there?
Guess we ought to get more active, get to the streets, and spread the word a little harder than what we have been.
That's what I'm gonna do with the 2 hours.
You calling it tonight, Kevin, so you don't miss your train?
Yeah, I'm supposed to go early and then travel for 4 hours to Brussels and then go to the NATO. And, yeah, do some stuff.
All right, I'm back again. Sorry about that.
But
right.
we are preparing for when Trump comes to Europe. You know.
Oh no, you guys can have him. You guys can have him. Once he's there, he's
Definitely keep them. Don't let him come back.
Yeah,
it's gonna be good because the French, the rebels there, like a militia, I think they come also to Brussels. We had our contact with them, and it's gonna be, I think, a big protest. It's gonna be. There's a reason we go tomorrow on the streets, a little bit of preparing for what we're gonna do. If it's gonna be, we don't know. We're gonna do it peaceful, but yeah. I don't know for May 24. It's gonna be yeah, it's gonna be big. I think.
Well, I think we
Sounds awesome. Right.
some new like anti-terrorism rules from for the TSA. Just when he comes back in, you know, he's on the list. You can't.
We are terrorists from the NATO.
Yeah, these are like Trump said. He's a bad person. You know, they're not sending us our best. So yeah, you guys can keep Trump. You can keep him.
Yes. Agreed.
Nope. Send him away.
While he's gone, we're gonna build a wall just to keep him out.
Yeah.
We hang him. We hang him like in the Middle Ages.
Well, that's the question that we're always asking. You know, you don't want to get, you know, something happens to Trump. You don't want to get Pence. We got to hang them all at once.
But they ask also for volunteers for enter the NATO. But yeah, I want to, but. Yeah.
Well, I hope that Trump figures out what NATO is by the time he gets there.
It's gonna be. They're gonna shut down all the highway for Trump. Everything. This we must do. We have a camping from 2 days before. When Trump's come, the people are gonna be out there from all over Europe. We're gonna be there on time and yeah, do what we can.
Make some noise.
Yeah, and yeah, we're gonna do it peaceful first, but yeah, when the cops come,
of course.
That is just
Well, that's the deal. We always start out completely. It's not start out. We're always, you know, in this to be completely and utterly non-violent. They're the ones that bring the violence.
Yeah, we do it always peaceful. We do it with flags and
in any other situation, if you said, look, how come every time this group of people show up, there's violence? You know, if it was the Black Lives Matter, that every time Black Lives Matter shows up, there's violence, they would put that on everything. Every time one of these corrupt police departments shows up, right, there's violence. They're the problem, not us.
Yeah. With our less protest, yeah, that was good. We don't make a lot of noises, you know, and you are all silent, and the people are more watching it to us, and yeah, sometimes we can do it, but yeah, when the cops
starting to grow, man.
Yeah.
So how many folks are up there in Flint?
Man, we had a ton of people today. How many would you say, Curtis?
Right now we have about 25 to 30 constantly here, and then throughout the day we could have anywhere between 30 to 50 people here on the weekends.
Okay. Yeah, it fluctuates a lot. Cool. It seems like the time frame is gonna be like 2 weeks for our troops to get out here, man. We got people from all over the U.S. and everywhere just floating in, man. They got to get their lives in order, get the houses in order, get everything in order, pack up, and hit the road. So we got tons of people on the way, man.
I heard also people from Europe, they are traveling to the United States for help.
Really? Yeah, you do see people. Yeah, there was quite a few at Standing Rock.
Oh yeah,
I heard. I get people from India also.
Norway.
Awesome.
When we were at Standing Rock, Norway and
Japan.
Amounts of people.
Yeah, I remember when Japan
we had a
came
documentary
out.
from where also?
But I cannot come because I cannot enter the United States for 10 years.
I think it's 10 years. 10 years, right? I think it's 10 years.
You probably, to be honest, you probably don't want to come for at least 10 anyway.
Right.
But I'm okay.
Yeah, when
That's a
you hear
good
people
one.
talk about this nightmare, it's like, oh, I can't come to America to be beat up by corrupt police force.
I saw it. The country is nicer. There's the honestly, the water and the air is there much cleaner than here. Believe me.
Well, and it's America would be a great place, but it's just filled with Americans. Australia has the same problem. Absolutely beautiful. They're everywhere.
It's too much.
Australia's nice.
It's too much control there. When I came from Europe to the United States and I saw all those laws and all these things. That's not right. But
I normally get pulled over within 15 minutes of being back in the States. I always kind of see it as like a welcoming party.
Definitely a melting pot.
Yeah.
But the nature is healthier than in Europe, believe me. Here we have a lot of factories and a lot of the water here, the channels, believe me. It's fucked up.
And hard to preserve it, man.
You guys have a much longer period of destroying your water systems.
I'm always, once I'm in here, I'm three times sick. When I was in the United States, in Oklahoma there, I never was sick. To Texas, the air was clean. I come back to Belgium. They deport me out the country. Of course, I had no visa. I go back to Belgium. And then I was, sick again. It's here a lot of factories, a lot of chemtrails, a lot of poison shit that they spray. I have videos,
I mean, some of the waterways in Europe, they've been poisoning these things for, 3,000 years. It's not like it's just been non-stop.
Check out the group. Chemtrails are killing us.
Yeah, and I know my history. That's my favorite thing on school. And history. I know a lot about history about Europe, and I know they are all busy for thousand years.
Yeah, I mean the River Thames, the Rhine. I mean the Rhine is so polluted
too. Yeah.
And I mean Europe used to be nothing but forests. That's what stopped the Huns, was that they weren't able to ride their horses through the dense forests that were in Europe. They have changed over that, over these couple thousand years. They've changed it to being, if you're not in a city, farmlands, and the chemicals and runoff and whatever runs directly into the water.
And I think also the Romans in the time, I think they were the problem, because the Romans tried to enter all the countries. Then you had the Spartans, the rebels against the Romans. Then you had the Vikings against the Romans. The Romans, the Vatican, it's a bad.
Right.
It's not right. It's something wrong there.
That are not part of your country always cause problems. When you're another country from another place imposing your will on on another country with your army, it has the same effect every time. That never comes out well. You can look throughout history. There isn't, where you've expanded like that, where you've gone in and tried to control another country from a completely, different culture or different country. That never works out well, right? None of those wins. Rome does not own all of Europe, right? Even though they thought they did it, they thought that at the time that ended and they lost absolutely everything. And you see that over and over and over again. Anytime an empire tries to expand outside of its borders, it has the same effect.
War. It never stops. But it must stop because,
Well, yeah, you can't get if this is the elitist vision of the world, then we're not really going to get very far, are we? I mean, if this is it.
Yeah. And
where does that go? It really doesn't go anywhere.
When they came and they said, look, this is our vision for the world, you really should have said, that is the stupidest vision I've ever heard. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, why
That's
do I want to
we
pay
need
for
kill
all
off
your?
half the population? Get the hell out my office.
So you want me to pay for your largesse and all your other gold and all the rest of the shit you do?
Yeah.
And how it is, and then you're going to treat me like shit. That sounds like a bad deal.
Yeah. Here, what I need you to do is to not really worry about your health or personal safety, and pretty much give me any of your money and your children if I need them to go to war. Done. That is the worst idea of all time. You can send your kids.
Do a less for you, Mike.
Yeah, and then on top of that, when they're done with you, they want to kill you because you're such, sorry sons of a bitches, right? I mean, who thinks like that?
Look at what they did to us in the military, right? So they send us to Iraq and Afghanistan, and then when we come back and start saying, hey, why did you send my friends to die? Why did you send me to kill innocent people? Then they put us on the terrorist list. Right? Threat number one is veterans. So after I'm the patriotic, gopher, after I've done these horrible things for you, then you say, oh, well, you're a terrorist, and by the way, you don't have health care benefits or any of that stuff. The ones that we promised you when you went in to do our bidding, to make Halliburton money. The U.S. government doesn't owe me shit. Halliburton owes me some fucking money.
Oh, they take your guns away, too, if you don't act right. See, so they got a good plan for you, man.
We don't have guns in Europe. They take all away.
Yeah, they already took yours a long time ago.
Yeah, but we are collecting again. We have the demolition starting now. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
Yeah, we are preparing because I think we believe that something big gonna happen. We are preparing.
Well, I mean, if their plan is to continue on this line to start a world war, then they need to set up the supply lines to sell you guys weapons.
Yep.
That's what we do.
No, the NATO don't let us do this. That's the problem from the NATO. They control all the European countries, and that's the reason France, England is out now. France want to go out. We, Belgium, want to go out, but the problem is the NATO is stationed in Belgium. This is like the headquarters, from Europe. And then Holland want to go out. It's a mess.
Right into the wind on the way back. It was cold. It wasn't bad walking out.
Right.
Yeah, but with 2 hours. Oh my god. It's gonna be 60 hours, no sleep. No sleep. 60 hours.
Well,
all right, guys.
You'll be wild-eyed and bushy-tailed for the
man.
Yeah, for the marches. That's fine.
There you go.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for having us on from Flint. We got to get back to security detail. Again, the webpage is Camp Promise of Flint. And, check us out, follow us, see what we're doing, and we'll keep in touch with you guys, let you know what's going on. I just want to say thanks for having us on.
Whoopila.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Hold on. All right, yeah. Somebody in the background brought up net neutrality. In the background, I think we were talking about that, Terrence, last show before you dropped out, right?
Yeah. I think that was where we were.
Yeah. So essentially, in 2015, the FCC declared broadband providers as Title II. So it basically would mean that they can't offer fast access for more things. They can't limit. They can't throttle. But yet somehow these companies are still getting away with it. They still throttle data. Some guy on the FCC wants to get rid of wants to get rid of net neutrality. I don't know. I guess the counter argument was that the government is involved in
Betcha.
more control than they should have. But essentially, if you let these companies go fucking crazy and haywire, they're going to charge you, I mean, I hate to say weird numbers like this, but if they wanted to charge you $200 or $300 for fax access to the internet, they would do it. They would.
Well, and what they'll do is they'll make the fast access so expensive that only the corporations can afford it, and then they get that money back in subsidies and everything else. I know a lot of these companies, I don't know the names of the telecoms right off that are doing it, but they want to start installing their internet and routers and all of that on public utilities, but then so they get to use all of the free public utility benefits, the electricity. They work it so that their routers and stuff are attached to the electric lights, the street lights and stuff that you get, or that are in your city.
Yeah.
And then charge the people that are on it. So your tax money is paying for the maintenance, the upgrade, the electricity on the line, and then we also charge the people that are using it on top of that.
Yeah, and
but a lot of these companies are lobbying to have their systems, connected to the electrical companies and the public utilities that we're already paying for.
Yes, and the major companies I think that we're fighting, that are fighting are siding with this guy in the FCC. I believe is tied to Verizon, which doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Now, corporate lobbying is not illegal, Tyler.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you flip a congressman $100, that's bribery, and everybody goes to prison. If you give him $2 million, then you're a lobbyist. High five. That's just legal bribery.
That's more money.
Well, I mean, FCC is one of those weird government regulatory, Federal Communications Commission that we have here in America that actually does serve some purpose, like some legit purposes. Like the FCC, they regulate they regulate radio waves. Okay, so let's say that you have, I don't know, I'm all for pirate radio, so that's not a good example. But
well, I mean, they took a lot of that power away from us when they started digital.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the points of switching to digital, is that you lose the ability to do things like pirate radio, like, you know what I mean, where you can get information out that has nothing to do with them or control with them. That was one of the big reasons for them switching radio specifically to digital.
Yes.
No, I don't trust him. Sorry, guys.
Yes.
I don't know. I've always been a big fan of pirate radio. Maybe that's just like something we just need to bring back. I don't know. I mean, all cars still get analog FM and AM.
Yeah, and when you get into like some of the bigger cities, like New York still has a very vibrant pirate radio, system. And just there's so many people in such a big city, they can never really track down, or they don't put the resources to tracking you down all that often.
It's too much traffic.
Well, not only that, when you're dealing with that, FM is pretty easy to track down because it's always line of sight. But I was going to say, if you're on top of a building, a big skyscraper, you could essentially, get a really good coverage area if you wanted to start your own pirate
too
radio.
Much waves. Yeah.
Yeah, but you only have to do it for your 2-hour show, and then you pack up your laptop and your broadcaster and go home.
Yeah.
So like tracking you down becomes impossible. If they don't find you in that that hour show and that 2-hour show, you've gone on with your life. There isn't a radio station to track down at that point.
Yeah, and if you went,
I hope
go ahead.
They don't track me with 8 hours. I'm going live.
Hopefully.
I was going to say
we're in America, so you can go live. We make sure to share us the actual links to your live streams, so that we can circumvent some of them.
Yeah, it's all on my Facebook profile. I can send this to. I share it everywhere, but I'm so tired that I don't I'm fucked up, man.
Yeah, just make sure you get on the train.
Yeah,
Not like last
I miss
time.
him always. Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys, I'm friends with all of them, but I don't know if you guys want to kind of chat about kind of the falling out that alternative media is having at the moment between Young Turks, H.A. Goodman, Tim Black, pretty much everybody that was part of the bigger alternative media movement, alternative news movement is having some, I don't know, clusterfuck of a
Yeah, like
of an argument at the moment.
Yeah, a week ago too, we had a lot of media, and tomorrow we're gonna have a lot of media also with us. Media are
Alternative media?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I kind of I don't know where this is coming from. I know that a few people had said had been talking shit, and the other side took it way more personal than I think you should have. It's kind of making between Young Turks, H.A. Goodman, Tim Black, even involved in it, but even Lee Camp, they are alternative media. They are news. There's other ones that are involved in it, but they are the big names in YouTube, Facebook, social media kind of news. And all kind of, they're not
What's their
imploding, but
pissing
nobody's
match over?
working together. They're all fighting with each other.
Really? I wasn't even aware of this.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you the general thing. Young Turks is having its own issues besides this with Sync and some of the leadership of Young Turks. I don't know exactly how to say it, because they've had such a long history of being on the people's side, but a lot of the things that he personally has said on his show recently, support of Hillary Clinton, the statements that he made about the pipeline in North Dakota, have all been kind of, well, on top of that, Jordan had made a statement that H.A. Goodman and Tidman, all of them, took extremely personal, and rather than spend the last week focusing on news, they spent the last week bitching at each other. The impression, look, we can't fight the system if we're fighting each other. No. It just won't work. You don't have that kind of time. This guy in alternative media didn't, said something shitty about me or this. Who cares? I don't see it, but it's slowly deteriorating. Like I said, some of the much bigger names in social media that on all sides have done really great work. Yeah. It's kind of a nightmare, and I'm kind of stuck in the middle.
It always boils down to high school tactics. You make fun of me, okay, I'll make fun of you. Okay, you're gonna make fun of my wife. Okay, I'll make fun of your wife. It always resorts down to that bullshit, and then realizing that when you're both fighting each other, you both are distracted from the main focus.
Well, and look, if it is I don't know. I didn't. People do get bullied and all of that, but learn how to tell someone to fuck off and go on with your day.
Yeah.
The fact that somebody is talking smack about you, from their YouTube channel on the other side of the world, are you really going to take that to, that much time beyond saying, fuck you, man?
Well, no, they will. I mean, the Young Turks and Alex Jones had a thing going for a while after one of the. They had it on for a while, but a lot of them, they like talking about themselves rather than the news.
Yeah.
That's the problem with these media folks. It's just.
So I can only speak for Jordan because I know him personally, and I know the hard work that he's done. I know the shit that he was in. He was there with us at Standing Rock, and, from the beginning. He called me up one night and asked me, look, I'm coming on the weekend. Things are starting to get, hairy. Do I need to bring my vest? And that was really what journalism is. He didn't ask, is it safe to come out there? Should I come out there? He asked, I'm coming one way or the other. Do I need a vest? And I thought that really spoke and why he was there. With H.A. Goodman as well, and you know what I mean? He's definitely down for the struggle. Same with Tim Black. I worked with him as well. He's definitely for the struggle. When it comes to, and Sink specifically, when that incident happened between Alex Jones and Sink, that set up some real red flags for me, because it looked like a media show. You know, both of your viewers absolutely hate the other side, and you guys both came up there and beat your chest. Everybody said what they needed to do to get viewers, not necessarily to finish what you may or may not have agreed on. It looked like it was
create something.
Yeah, it was
like yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You guys are frenemies, you know, so by arguing at the convention like you really meant it, both of your viewers think that you're part of, you know, that you've done something big. And what you didn't do, look, we talked last week about Cephalodala, Dalla, right? Yeah. I'm not going to talk smack, right? It's not like a show. I'm going to punch you in your face. And they weren't in that, right? It wasn't that you were having a thing. Look, I will just knock you out and we can deal with it like men. They were making a show for the camera. That's not something you handle out back. You know what I mean? And that's what really kind of rubbed me the wrong way. You guys were making the bravado and you guys were making all of it, but it was really just a media show. And that doesn't have anything to do with Jordan. That's just some of the things that I personally have seen on TYT where it seems like this is a setup. This is propaganda.
Most definitely could be.
Yep.
I would have loved to see Alex Jones and Sink. You know, they're both about the right size. You know, you don't feel like anybody's getting jumped on. They're both, you know, kind of talking shit all the time about messing people up. Alex Jones always talking about fighting people, but then when it came to actually throwing down,
nothing was done.
You know what I mean?
Well, I do remember a really weird. I do remember a really weird one was between Alex Jones and CNN. And CNN said it was a misprint, and I never actually went to CNN to go check if they actually aired it, but I remember watching the live feed from Alex Jones, and there was a picture of Alex Jones, and they were streaming something about the leader of the KKK, and there's you remember that?
I'd have to look it up because, you know, we can. I've gotten to the point Alex Jones now has changed into controlled opposition. I'm sure everybody kind of knows what that is, or you know, if you don't. But
he bought it.
Look it up.
Yeah, he got bought out. Yeah, for sure.
He's controlled opposition. As soon as he started, you know, you spend your entire life against the establishment, and then all of a sudden you're 110% behind the establishment. Right? Fuck the banks, fuck the banks, fuck the banks. And then, you know, you're supporting a government that literally most of your cabinet are bankers, right? His thing was the Illuminati. Every single person in that room is, you know, part of those secret organizations. How come these are all of a sudden good guys? So that, you know, I just don't buy it, Alex. But back in the day, he was the real deal. And if you guys get a chance to look it up, he interviews David Duke. You know, a leader of the KKK, a well-known racist and book writer and all of that stuff, and he really gave it to him. You know, no holds barred. You know, at one point he's telling, "Look, shut up! I don't want to hear it." You know, and you know he was going off about Jews and this and that and the other, and Alex was just like, blah 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 blah, like calls him out on this is complete bullshit. But then 20 years later, you're, you know, high-fiving and, you know, telling me that these people are great dudes, and I don't believe it not one bit. Yeah. They give you it's the brain slugs, right? They put the brain slug in him and that changed. Bernie Sanders, same thing, you know. Right? You were all for us, and then one day you come out and say you support Hillary Clinton. Something that's so crazy, it had to be a brain slug. You know,
that looked like Bernie Sanders. They gave him a free lake house or something. Next thing you knew, he had a nice lake house, you know, after he kind of just shoot himself away from, you know, after Hillary said she won the primary. You know, he gave up really easy, and then all of a sudden he has a lake house. You know, how did that happen?
I don't know now look, he's been in politics for what, 50 years now? 60 years? 50 years?
Oh yeah, he's lived off the government a long time.
Yeah, so to say that you have been involved in that system for 50 years, and yeah, he's made some great speeches, called a lot of people out, all of that stuff, but say that you won't be corrupted eventually by that, I don't believe it. And this our revolution thing on top of it, I don't buy that one bit. Look, if you go to a rally and everybody on top of the stage is the establishment, this isn't a fucking revolution.
Yeah.
You know, like they're the same people that were the Democrat, the DNC. What would make you think that they are any way, shape, or form revolutionary? Right? They're the same people that have been fucking us from the beginning.
Well, Wasserman Schultz here 2 days ago just flat said it. Yeah, we rigged the primary, so what? I mean, that's just jaw-dropping, man. I mean, they just, you know, they finally end up telling you, you know, I mean, all the stuff's been true. Yeah, we, you know, it's kind of all leaked out. And now it's just like, well, yeah, you know, we did it, you know, so what? I mean, it's just the incredible arrogance, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just,
so what for manipulating our political system? That's jail time, asshole.
It is. It's supposed to be.
That is literally the worst thing that you could possibly do. And we can argue all day about the Russians and emails and this and that. If that's the case and you manipulated the system so that your candidate looked like they were going to win, look, that's the reason you lost. It wasn't real. Never believe your own fucking lies. Right? All of these people knew the reality, right? That, you know, that Bernie Sanders really was the winning candidate in that setup. They knew the numbers. They knew that they were altering the numbers. They knew that they were cheating. But at some point, they started believing their own lies. You can't come out and say, look, I cheated. I knew the numbers. I knew he was above. And then act surprised when your candidate doesn't win. You knew that already. You set it up. You cheated. You know, you knew those numbers already. So to come out and be like, oh, this is a surprise win out of nowhere, bullshit. You knew all those statistics already. You set it up that way.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man.
And CNN was one of my favorites. That was that you know, they deliberately were lying to help their candidate. And you know, ABC was another one, deliberately lying, but yet they were the ones that seemed like they were completely confused, like this was a shock.
Which gets me back to Sanders and why not put up a fight? If you're a real man, you would put up a fight, because even though Hillary might be a killer and she's standing right next to you, you don't have any reason to put up with that. And then to be made look, you look like a fool.
And it has to do
for
with
what, a lake house? I don't know, man.
And it has to do with political strength. Look, it's not, you know, conspiracies are not. Seems like a lot of people that disagree with Hillary Clinton end up dead, one way or another.
Oh yeah, this has been good, and that's been going on for decades.
But on the same note, right? If I'm president, you know, if I'm running for president and I'm Bernie Sanders, I know that, you know, you look at the numbers, you're going to win this election. I'd look at her right in her eye and say, look, I'm going to be the president of the United States. You ever come in here and threaten me again, I'll make sure the CIA disappears you in a way that no one will fucking notice, right? I will make sure CSU-6 is sitting at your fucking door, right? I'm the president of the fucking United States, right? Don't come in and threaten me that, you know, you're going to do this or you're going to do that. If I don't jump for fucking nobody. As soon as I'm president, I'm going to be all up in your shit, even for coming in here and saying that, right? But he didn't take that route, obviously. You know what I mean? But you know, as the president of the United States, don't threaten me. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know, I think Trump said he was going to do the same thing to Hillary, but yeah, I don't see anything coming out that. And here's the weird thing about some of the stuff that Hillary was tied into was that whole I believe some of the shit that she was involved with, you know, involves I think it was pedophilia and what was it? What's his name? Was
Epstein.
Tied in? Yeah, and Anthony Weiner was tied into all of this shit.
Oh yeah.
And like dropping Hillary is like if you want to drop everybody's dirty little fucking secrets, just go after her, man. Like you'll find out everybody's little skeletons.
The Clintons are always like one step away from whatever weirdness is going on. When it comes to the pedophilia, right? This is not like a one-time event. The rich, the powerful, the 1%, they have always preyed on children. You know, these are always, look, let's go all the way back to, you know what I mean, even people that we, you know, have made into heroes. You know, John Smith. John Smith was a fucking pedophile. You're 40 years old with an 11-year-old girl.
Right.
You know what I mean? But we act like these are great people. Andrew Jackson raped his slaves. Right?
Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin was a well-known womanizer, and I think he had a bastard kid with a prostitute.
Oh, they all do. You know what I mean? If you look deep enough. But when it comes to the rich and powerful, they reach a point where, prostitutes aren't enough. You know what I mean? Whatever they were doing, call girls aren't enough, gold diggers aren't enough, right? And they always end up pushing to that pedophilia thing. And this is something that is always around the rich and powerful. And the rich and powerful also have to do with religion powerful as well. I'm talking about powerful people. They always seem to go to these, to pedophilia. If you were in the church, it was called the priest disease. They named it the priest disease. Imagine if the priest disease was that you fed the poor and didn't kitty fiddle.
Right, and Kylie actually brought up a really good point. Hi, Kylie. Welcome to Anonymous Bites Back. She's talking about in the UK and about Sam JC's in here right now, but and how the UK has constantly hidden. Even Seville, one of the greatest known, and gave him a knighthood as a proven pedophile.
Oh,
what was that?
Belgium is bad here with the priests here. We have more of 20 priests in prison now for pedophile.
And I would love our current pope to be a great guy, right? And he's talking sorts of stuff about getting the. Why aren't they? Look, you have the list of who these guys are.
Because he's in on it, bro. They're all in on it. It's like
why haven't you turned them into?
It's their own little secret club, and they're sitting on a pile of cash. You know it.
For me, the priests and Vatican, the elite, the Romans, they started this. Yeah.
Well, how about
That's
what?
nice,
Here's an interesting topic. If you want to address the priesthood, is the theory that if homosexuality was more accepted across society, then they wouldn't have to go into the priesthood.
I think that pedophilia is a completely different disease. I'm not saying homosexuality is a disease, but pedophilia is a actual mental disorder. You're a sick person. You know what I mean?
And I know people that are raped by priests, and
most people, especially these priests, are raping men. And look, most are children, male children. Most people that are raped that are female don't talk about it. The cultural, ways that people look down on you for being raped, a lot of people keep their mouth shut. And the one case in New York pretty much opened the floodgates. And because he came out and said, this is what happened, this is the priest that did it, and then other people read the news article that he had put out and were strong enough to then also stand up for it. And then it turned out, you're looking at, hundreds and hundreds of these priests that are pedophiles.
Here in Belgium was a priest, and he was convicted by, he raped a lot of boys, and the government let him free.
Oh, they do. They always do. Look, you can
the same happened in Boston
and get less time than if you were selling weed.
Well, look at
it was after this, and they let him free, and it's fucked up.
well, again, I'm gonna go back to Boston and the huge case up there where
that was Boston. I'm sorry. You're right.
Where they were just they were just transferring them literally from parish to parish, allowing them to get away with it.
Which is my call to the Pope. Look, if you really want to stomp this out, give me the list. Right? Give me the list of those assholes that you moved to all parts of the world. Give me the list of the guys that you moved from parish to parish. Right? Actually take them to task. Turn them into fucking Interpol, but that's just not the case. Shit, you guys, it's the Catholic Church. Y'all have been into some medieval craziness to begin with. Start chucking his ass off the top of some churches.
We are fucked. Ed, it's true. We are fucked here.
You got all of those
literally and figuratively, Kevin.
That's the reason the Bilderberg Club. They are all these Vatican people, all the queens, kings, politicians, all this club. What they do, making parties, fucking sex, little children. I have pictures from this clubs that I found from somebody, and they are disgusting, man. And there are famous people on these pictures, and it's ridiculous. It's bad, and yeah.
Well,
I know Alex Jones. I know on his thing he said he was always following the Bilderberg, and he's well right on this. This is fucking crazy. Something we call this. It's like a cult. So it's like it's.
Well, it goes back to the Satanism and them thinking they get some kind of life force from
or some sort of
abusing the kids and drinking their blood or whatever.
Some sort of weird
sacrificing
power,
them.
Yeah.
It's sick. It's and it happened a lot here in Europe. Yeah, it's bad here. They control everything. Then the NATO, and then this, and yeah.
You got so many layers of government over there in Brussels, man. I don't know how do you do anything.
We have the most governments from all the world, and we are one of the smallest. Belgium fit maybe, maybe 3 times the size of no. Oklahoma is 3 times the size of Belgium.
Yeah.
Too small as Belgium, you know. We are at 11 million people here. The NATO's here. Everything is stationed here. You know, all the European Union, Parliament, all this. Everything is here, and it's. We must do something. We must be
right. And you know what? And you're right. And I believe it's Stephen who brought it up in the comments that. Look at the controversy that's going on in Ireland right now with finding the remains of all the children.
Yeah.
You know, it's definitely a worldwide issue, and I don't know if anyone has a solution. You know, someone in the comments is like, "Kill them all."
Well, you know, castration, you know, is another one, but
that hasn't worked in the past.
Yeah, that hasn't worked. Maybe just put him back in an alley with a 45 to the skull.
We have still some castles here from Middle Age here.
Well, and you know what? As a pacifist, that's actually something that's a very trying.
We have some tools here, really. You have these old castles where they castrated the rapers and.
Right, and then everyone. I'm pretty sure everyone has seen the meme where if you're going to put a dog down for attacking a child, why aren't they putting pedophiles down? And as a pacifist, and that's a really difficult one to argue because I can't justify being the victim of molestation and only being 6 years old. I've forgiven the men, but at the same time, what is the solution? And we're coming up with an hour and a half.
Well, I don't think there really is a solution. They had I believe it was someplace in the U.S. They had a problem with releasing people with sex crimes, sex criminal, or they have to register as a sex offender,
right?
And they had problems releasing them into certain areas of the U.S. And so they basically what they did is they built a colony for them or a facility for them, and massive therapy, everything you can do. And you know what these fuckers were doing? They were in this community molesting each other and raping each other. So what I'm saying is that I'm not sure if therapy is a solution for them in locking them up, in a place where they're just gonna torment each other. I don't think there is a realistic option.
Right, and I guess that's part of the issue is what do you do? Like you said, you put them in the community, they do it to each other. You put them in jail, they get killed, and is that really fair to them? That's questionable. They get very little jail time. A hacker gets a hell of a lot more time than a pedophile. The more money you have, the easier it is for you to get away from being a pedophile, from being a rapist. The guy in Stanford is a perfect example. 6 months on house arrest for rape. Barrett Brown did 4 years. Then he got, he's still being harassed because he's
for sharing a link. For sharing a link.
Exactly. So that is, that's one of the more difficult, pressing issues. That's definitely, I would say, an epidemic. You were in counseling also, Tyler. He was a counselor. Let me verify that.
A drug counselor.
Yeah, but I'm sure you can also relate, because I was a counselor also, about how many people with drug issues were either raped, molested, sexual trauma.
Actually, a lot. And during an intake, and I was certified for this as well, for certain assessments that we do on an intake. And I can't disclose any personal stories, but I can tell you there is a lot of people out there who started using drugs because something happened to them as a child.
Right, and they couldn't deal with it, and that's why I say I truly believe that it is an epidemic, without a viable solution.
Well, no, I mean, there is a solution, but nobody's going to put it out there. But
the solution's the solution is not to let them go and then add additional trauma for this kid, seeing that nothing gets done. This happens, and then nothing gets done because the general population is just a bunch of cowards, or the judiciary is so corrupted it can't handle it for some reason.
You can't give them therapy. You can't give them therapy. You can't lock them up into safe communities. You can lock them up in a box indefinitely, but then who's paying the flipping the bill for that? So
right, you can't euthanize, and you can't euthanize them all.
And
then you have the issue of not repeat offenders, but if anybody doesn't know the statistics, the rate for people who have been molested and actually go on to become molesters themselves is pretty damn high, which is scary. So Barbara was in the comments, is teach children the truth, and everybody knows about stranger danger and not to talk to strangers. And I watched a video the other day that this gentleman was doing an experiment in the parks, and he would go up to the parents and he said, do you talk to your children about not talking to strangers? And all the parents were like, yes, I do. He's like, would you mind if I tried an experiment with them? And what he was doing was he was going out with a puppy and saying, hey, do you want to see the puppy? And the kids were all, most kids, of course, hey, I want to see the puppy. I want to see the puppy. He's like, I have more at my house. Would you like to go see them there also? And all these children that were even spoken to all took him by the hand and started walking away, leaving the parents in absolute shock.
Yeah.
So, and the predators are learning new methods, every day. And I have no problem speaking about what happened to me. And, how it worked with me was I was 6 years old. I didn't know jack shit. And he was like, hey, let me show you a little trick. I'll treat your penis like a lollipop. And I heard lollipop. I was like, cool. And next thing you know, I'm like, what the hell is that white shit coming out of me? And they evolve. And this was, my babysitter's, I guess, nephew. So, but it evolves. And how do you deal with that? Because he's still out there. Unfortunately, I had to do business dealings with him in the future, in past career as a counselor. So he's out there in the streets with kids, grandchildren, and
he's probably doing this. He's probably doing the same thing to you that he's probably been doing it the whole effing time.
Exactly. Well, and then there's the statute of limitations. Well, then there's the statute of limitations.
He has the money and he has power.
There's no statute of limitations if you rob a bank, but there's statute of limitations if
for a
you
sexual
rob
crime.
a child of innocence.
I think a sexual crime is.
We try to make all of these pretty words around it. That you're a pedo and blah blah blah. No, you're a child fucking rapist. Right? You can tell which systems are so, are already corrupted by these things by how they treat the crimes. Beating your wife used to be the exact same thing. Where they would, the words that they were using somehow made it seem like you didn't just go home and beat your wife, right? Like that's what you did. You're a wife beater. You're a fucking child rapist, and the laws do not bring you in and treat you like you're a child rapist.
Wait,
The prison population does.
Well, here's something I want to
But
throw out as a conspiracy theory then. Are they trying to normalize it so that people get used to it?
I don't think that it's like that we're going to normalize it, that you're okay. Now, there was a time where, yeah, it was okay for them to fuck your children. That was their game. You know, that's what they did. They were the priests. They were the
time for the Spartans and the Vikings.
Yeah,
well,
like
they want to get back to that, though.
They would, you know what I mean? They would steal your children and slave them out, right? So, I mean, that's a whole culture thing.
The Romans started with it, and then you had Spartans against it.
This is 2017. Look, you get caught. You know, I think first of all, for anybody that's less than, you know what I mean, that's less than 12 years old, and that's really pushing it. I think the death penalty is more than acceptable. On anything other than that, these should be where our laws are the hardest, right? Rape and murder, what you should be in fucking prison for.
Yeah.
And if you're not willing to do that, then on the same note, I don't think you should get special treatment. The prisoners in there that you're telling me are such horrible fucking people, they will take care of it. You know what I mean? They got to put these child molesters for the month that they're in there. They got to put them in special things and hold their hands and blah, 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 blah to make sure that those scary prisoners don't rip you apart. Man, I'd feed you to them.
I've been in prison. I've seen evidence where they put people, in general, because I was always in general population. But every once in a while, every once in a while. No, check this out. They'll put people from PC into general pop. And same story. I always ask, like what'd that do, dude? He's like, you don't want to know, bro. Like it's just some really bad sexual crimes.
Yeah, but I mean, the prison population, you have to be separated because they'll rip you apart, man. And that's good. Like I said, I'd feed you to it. Look, there is a fresh carton of menthol cools to any motherfucker that takes care of that for us.
Right. Well,
I'm not telling you to be violent. I'm not telling you to do any of that, but I'm definitely not going to lose any sleep over it. In fact, I'll probably sleep pretty good.
Well, someone actually in the comments had an interesting comment. What about sterilization so they don't pass on the genes if it is genetic disease?
Now, Germany has a much lower rate of child molestation because if you get caught as a child molester once, they chemically castrate you.
Here, I think we have a law for this. I think after the third time, they castrate you.
Yeah. Which I mean, first time, man. If it's like you can't find the people to do it, I'll do it, no problem. Like I said, I won't lose any sleep over it. I'll take that shit right off.
Yeah, it keeps them from procreating. But I mean, if you treated every one of these like what it is, an enhanced felony assault. By the second or third time, they're in jail for life. I mean, the problem is we don't go after them with the law because the people in the law are and at the upper echelons are into this shit.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
That's why they let it go and it's kind of soft is because they don't, even if they do get caught, they don't want to have any real penalties associated with it. So if they do normalize you with the way they've done things, then it's just that much easier for them.
Or they put you into like a special rehab if you get caught, right?
Oh no! Even then, when it comes to the rich and powerful, right? When it comes to you guys know, I worked in Cambodia in the schools there, and I mean, it was overwhelming the amount of politicians, doctors, lawyers, cops that you would see walking down the street with a 10-year-old in their hand like that was their girlfriend.
Oh my!
These are child molesters. And they will go outside of America to sleep with children, and yet they're not persecuted for that. Where I don't care, in my personal, not my personal opinion, the world's opinion as a fucking human being, there's nowhere in the world that you can go and fuck children.
Thailand, right? Is that where they go?
Well, it's Cambodia. Thailand's a different thing. They're all 18 in Thailand.
Well, unless you're Rush Limbaugh, then Rush Limbaugh gets away with it also.
Yeah, I mean, but Cambodia specifically is a child molester's heaven. You can take them to dinner. You can do completely and utterly open. And they're all, like I said, it costs to travel, it costs to stay. These are not poor people, right? These are, like I said, these are doctors, these are lawyers, these are teachers, these are politicians that go to these countries to buy children.
Yeah.
But
And I mean, it's one of those things. It's one of those things where in America, I can't get a hold of you. Over there, man, nobody's gonna miss you. Trust me, nobody's gonna miss you.
Well, I think part of the issue is, as with any mental illness, it doesn't have any boundaries. It doesn't care about your gender, your social class. It is, like you said, if it truly is a mental disease and a mental disorder, then it affects anybody, and there is really no cure.
Let me see if the DSM even has it in there.
That's where the death penalty comes into play. Look, I would love to be able to help you in this world, but when it comes to child molesting, that sickness is something we don't have a cure for. We don't have a penicillin for. We don't have a pill that you can take to make you stop fucking children.
Oh wait. Looking at one point, the DSM, we get all the DSM codes in the psychology field. Apparently, at one point, pedophilia was in the DSM. Then they removed it.
Yeah, but so's murder. Yeah, but so's murder.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You have to have a mental disorder to kill another person in cold blood. And if you kill another person in cold blood in many states, you get the death penalty. Even though what you did to kill people, you have to have a mental disorder. That means you're a sick person. When it comes to child molestation, that mental disorder I can't help you with in this world. Hopefully, God can, but I can't. And because of that, you need to get the fuck off my planet.
Just put them on a colony on Mars, right?
Nah. No.
Well, see, we can't.
I want to visit Mars someday. I want to be filled with child molesters.
Well, see, we can't make the.
There's no way I'm visiting heaven. So
don't go to Mars. Don't go to Mars. It's a really bad place, man.
See, the problem we have is we can't make the hard choices anymore. We would rather sacrifice another kid than to have to make the hard solution to get rid of this person that we know is bad, but we just can't quite get there. And so it's just easier to sacrifice another kid, right? I mean, that's what you're saying.
They can't make the hard decision. If there's the choice that they might be able to kill one terrorist, they will kill 500 children, right? They don't have a problem with making the hard choices. You ever notice the hard choices are always murdering people? But they can't make those hard choices. Why don't you make some real hard choices? And I don't think that's all that hard of a choice.
No, if you're used to blowing up 200 people at a wedding party to get one guy, hey,
should not be
what's a pedo, right? That's nothing.
No. Here, I'll make it easier for you. You can do it with a drone strike. Will that make you happy?
There you go.
Right, then everybody's happy. You get to push a little button, whack off on some technology, right, and get rid of these fucking child molesters.
Yeah, it's very impersonal. It's nothing personal at that point.
Yeah. Doesn't even have to go to Congress at that point, right? You don't have any laws to deal with it. You can murder them in cold blood. Let's see that personal hit list.
We just put them on the kill list.
Yeah. Let's see that personal kill list. I bet you there's no child molesters on that kill list.
At the night city, we have still a castle, and you have still the tools.
Yeah, shit, I'm I'm against drone strikes. I would support a drone strike on child molesters 100%.
Just say, what are we hitting? We're hitting that penal colony. What's there? Oh, they're all PC. Okay, cool.
Yeah, fuck. Hey, you want to use that nuke? I'd love to see it.
Yeah, they won't feel a thing.
Well,
it's not enough to just murder you. I would like you to be atomized.
Yeah, I mean that's actually humane in a way because it's over very quick. It's not like we're not trying to torture you or anything.
Well,
it's just over in as humane a way as you can come up with.
Yeah, I mean, in humanity and justice are completely different. Justice would be I give you to the family and they do whatever they want to you.
I mean, the fact that the DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistics Manual of Mental Disorders, took out, pedophilia as a mental disorder tells me one of two things. Either A, they did it for legal purposes, or B, they could not find a mental illness
that makes you screw children.
Yes. So that means, that tells me one thing, I think I don't know. I mean, that tells me that there is no real therapy or solution for these fucking people.
Yeah.
But I think the fear, like most like most things that they make illegal or whatever, with these high costs, there's no high cost to it. If you know you're looking at 50 years in prison, if you know you're looking at life in prison, in my case, in my mind, you should be looking at life minimum for molesting a child. But because there is no real, you're in for a month for molesting a kid, right? That's it. In their mind, that's acceptable. A month is nothing.
Yeah, in their mind, because they're into it. That's what happens when you let secret societies and all this corruption go on. Now you can't find it in the DSM, right? Yeah, nope. That's not an accident. Yeah. That's because they don't want any legal problems with it. In fact, we're not just going to normalize it. We're going to make that behavior acceptable, actual good behavior, and all the shit you're into, like heterosexuality, that's a problem. See, that's where they take it. And so now, yeah, they're actually more normal than you are.
Yeah, I would agree that there's definitely an underlying, it's the same as, look, there's no way that those of us that are actual men would ever accept that as normality, right? Those of us that are actual, grown ass men that would take that, and women, but I'm just taking from my perspective. There is nothing that you can put on TV. There is nothing that you could say that would normalize that action to the point where I don't want to hurt you. You hear what I'm saying?
Well, I did hear some really weird reports where they were trying to normalize pedophilia, on some really weird scale.
Look, throughout history, culturally, like I said, I always use the John Smith, idea, in that is a form of normalizing it. As far as he's concerned, he's he's a hero. He's a Disney story. He's a fucking child molester, right? But that isn't, that's okay, and it has been throughout history. It has been normalized, not for us, right? For the person that's a peasant that you kicked in their door and stole their children, right? It's never been normalized for them, but for the aristocracy, for the 1%, for the for the people in power, for them it's normal. Roman society did normalize pedophilia. Spartan society was even worse, where you were pretty much connected with your pedophile until you became an adult.
Yeah, right.
That was who gave you your training, who was with you all the time, that was helping you. I don't have a logical way to do it to compartmentalize what they're saying to you. But yeah, in that case, they were definitely normalizing it through society. Now that doesn't work the same in in the tribes of Germany and the rest of the people that weren't a part of that. They know that you're taking their children to molest them, and no, it's not okay.
Well, it's like why they're hushing up all the rapes in Europe now. Why is it okay? You bring in all these scumbag immigrants, they rape your women, and then you're quiet about it? Yeah. I mean, that's normal. That's beyond normalization.
Well, I don't. Well, I'm gonna go against you a little bit on this one. I don't think it's just the immigrants. I think it's just in the spotlight to shoot an agenda. Before, look at rape on college campuses and how frequent they are, and yet they are completely ignored. However, you have one immigrant who is a rapist, and all of a sudden that's magnified. So I will go against you on that as suiting a specific agenda, Preston.
If you look at like Sweden and some of the northern countries, the moment they went to bringing these people in there,
yeah, there's
the rates skyrocket.
Yeah, I mean, there's
the rates or the report rate. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think, and I've lived in the middle. I've lived in the Middle East, both in the military and outside of the military. all over several different countries. I haven't seen any higher of a rape, instance than you see in America. And that goes is India as well, which is kind of one of those places that they like to tout as, don't go there, you're going to get raped. But their instances of rape are no higher than in America.
Exactly. And that's kind of my point, Terrence. And you were in the military, and look at the sexual harassment, sexual abuse, rape within the military that's just not reported.
Yeah, and right now
it's fake news.
First time,
that's real fake news.
and I would say like the last 5 years have been a little bit of a change. But if you were a woman or a man and you were raped in the military, there's no one you could really talk to. And even attempting to, it means you're looking at the end of your career. They'll find, just a way to push you out. And that was if you went into your command and said, look, this guy was, this person raped me, whatever. If they didn't just look at you and tell you to get out of their office. In fact, if you bring this up again, I'm going to Article 15 you. That's your superior. If you want him to write you a good, a good write-up, then you're just going to have to deal with it. There was that mentality in the military until very, very, very recently. And I mean, not even my whole career, just at the end of my career where women could even go and talk about it. Where you would have somebody where you could go and say it and it didn't come back through your command, or I'm supposed to talk to my commander that my first shirt fucking raped me. Well, your first shirt and your commander share a fucking office. They both write up whether you're going to be promoted, where you're going to go, all of those things. You had no repercussions inside of the military.
That's just more of the same. There's more normalization. That's par for the course.
And in that case, I will completely agree with you that there was kind of a military-wide normalization, and people would, we're warriors. That's just part of war. You get accept bullshit, man. Bullshit. You're rapists.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Well, look what happened. Look at the repercussions from the Marines taking unsolicited naked pictures of fellow Marines or Army personnel of females, and there's almost zero repercussions from that. Sure, they put new laws in place, but you don't see anybody being court-martialed. All you see is,
it's that hush-hush policy,
Yeah, and even then,
don't ask, don't tell,
In our general society, so I'm flying in a plane, I want to say I was going from Thailand back to Europe. And there was several girls that were asleep, next to me. A dude that was sitting in across the thing. And he literally, trying to be real sneaky, was recording them sleeping, right? Well, him and I got into a little bit of an argument over it. I talked to the stewardess, and they told him to put his phone away, right? And that was it. So, there wasn't police waiting for him when he got off of the plane. There wasn't. And this was after the girls, knew something about it and said something about it. And it was pretty much completely ignored. He's not hurting anybody. So you're recording people sleep, women sleep. So
without their permission.
Yeah, without their permission. So you can do whatever you're going to do with it, and that's okay.
Well, and there you go. And so, so I'm not trying to be confrontational with you, Preston. I'm just, I think the immigrants are getting a bad rap. Now, granted, I am not there, okay? So I can't speak from experience, but to generalize any group like that when it could be just a few miscreant individuals, we don't, let's go back to the Stanford kid who raped that girl with rich parents and got 6 months.
Because it took him out of his college experience, right?
Yeah.
And it was
prison would have been too hard on him.
It was an anon. Who got the video. I think it was a gang rape. Yeah. And check this out, guys. The guy who hacked all the video to blow this case out of the thing, he got a hefty fucking charge. I think it was 10 years.
Well, there you
for
go.
Hacking.
And that's my point. But so we're not generalizing all college kids as rapists.
But there are bad people all over the world.
In every religion.
So I mean, there are people that are coming across as immigrants that are leaving their country because they're rapists as well. There are bad people that come in those large groups.
Oh, there's bad people all over the world.
There are.
Well, and we help those bad people. There was no illegal black market to smuggle people from the Middle East to Europe, right? We created that now. And all of the bad things that come with creating an underworld, the the smuggling of people, the slavery, the child molestation, all of the things that are caused by creating an underground, we see. So, I mean, I would say that's a part of it too. That guy that that's a bad person because you won't allow women and children and people that are escaping war to escape. Well, somebody will. A coyote will, right? A person that's willing to do crimes and bad shit to do it. Those people come to the country as well, and you've created that.
Well, yeah.
There are no. If there wasn't a market for illegal guns, you would not have Russian illegal gun runners coming to Florida.
Well, you can even say that with drugs. If you didn't have an issue with drugs, you wouldn't have, the CIA and drug smugglers bringing all the drugs in.
Yeah, and the people that are, real deal, that are smuggling, large amounts of that are gangsters, that are actual mafia, right? Some of them are rapists. They're bad people.
Right. Well,
they are.
Well, you have to ask yourself.
You created the system that that allows them. You created the underground that allows them, that requires them to be here.
Well, you have, again, you want to go back to prohibition and say, what has the war on anything created other than, criminals? Really?
Yeah. I completely agree.
So that's where you get to the point of just, legalize it and let the people sort it out. And address the issue rather than feeding the system. And Claire brought that up as well earlier about North Korea being the second. There's a great article. I'm not sure if she wrote it or who wrote it on Free Thought about North Korea being the second greatest opium supply.
Mm.
And
you're right. And do they? I'm not sure if they do export it. I think to China, right? No. Do they?
No, they export to China. That's their agreement.
Well, and that's we get into people, as soon as you hear opium's a buzzword, not realizing the reason we were watching the opium fields in Afghanistan was for
heroin, opiates, medications.
The medical industry. So I would not be surprised that a lot of the opium production of North Korea goes to create, painkillers in China. That makes complete sense.
Well, somebody, that's the untold story is that, somebody has to grow the narcotic medication, I mean, somebody needs to have the raw ingredient, might as well just be in a war-torn country where we can just take it over,
Yeah, where we can get it cheap. With North Korea, we've been at, North Korea we always put them as a terrorist state, right? That they're a terrorist state. How are you a terrorist state and you haven't attacked anybody in 60 years? The only terrorists on Earth that have never attacked anybody,
or even supplied arms.
To anything. How can you?
Well, no, that's. I mean, what they did do is they do scare the shit out of the surrounding countries with their nuclear testing. I think the last one. I mean, but here's the thing with North Korea, they always claim that they have like nuclear capabilities, and I think they had some. They had what they determined the last nuclear test they did was just a hydrogen bomb. Now, I mean,
but they have fake, fake rockets.
Well, yes, they do have fake rockets. Yes, they do. It's a lot of it's show. But the hydrogen bomb that they have is not like what we're thinking about Hiroshima. We're talking like not something that big. But they do scare the shit out of the surrounding. Now, God forbid, you want to put America in the devil's court. Of course, yes, we are. Yes, other countries think of us the same way, and I hate America. Just for the record.
That's not. I would ask, when you say you're scaring the shit out of your surrounding neighbors. The South Korean government is switching to a new president that isn't willing to blow Donald Trump. They would like to remove those. They would like to remove the rocket system that we just put there, and they would like to start talking about, having two countries and working like a normal person, not buying into the fear and military bravado that we have to have in relationship to North Korea. Like, they're willing to talk to them and work it out, being that they share a border and people. They are still the same people. They're still related. Right, so your neighbors are South Korea, which they're not going to attack, China, which they're definitely not going to attack, and Japan, which, look, they haven't attacked Japan in the 50 years. The only people that have ever dropped a nuke on Japan was us, and we did it twice. Yeah. I don't understand why they love us so much. You know what I mean? So I would argue
that's a good question.
If North Korea gets a nuclear weapon, that's the same as Pakistan having a nuclear weapon, the same as France having a nuclear weapon, the same as England having a nuclear weapon, the same as Israel having a nuclear weapon, the same as almost every other country on Earth.
You have the state. There's a state of liberty then, huh?
Yeah, I mean, in our mind, the reason they can't have nuclear weapons is because we can no longer attack them if they do.
That's really what it comes down to. That sums it up very well. And I wanted to hear Kevin's point of view, since he is going to miss his train anyhow at this point.
No, I have an hour.
Okay, good.
He's going to be walking. He's going to be walking to
Wait!
Belgium.
You got to be there an hour, or you got to get ready in an hour.
I must leave with 1 hour and 30 minutes.
All right. Well, your friends in comments are telling you to go to hell to sleep, but now it's too late. You only have an hour and a half, so don't go to sleep.
I know.
But Tyler mentioned that he hates the United States, and I don't hate the United States. I don't like what they do. I am from here. I completely disagree with their policies. But how in Belgium, how do people, Kevin, view the United States?
Oh, you do a lot of apologizing, man. I've apologized all over the world.
That's a fair question to you, Terrence. Yeah, I mean, you travel the world also.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of, look, I'm sorry. I think they're just as fucked up as you are, as you do. There's a lot of apologies, and you can only, when it comes to certain things, you can only, hang your head and be like, yeah, man, it's fucked up. There's nothing, we're trying, but...
But that's mediocre. The media, they say always bad things about the United States. He's from Europe, That's the media.
But everyone's United States is bitch, though. So,
but when I was in the United States, I see them bad media about Europe, But I had a lot of content there, and I saw the media is changing all the things, and I was there in the United States, and I love the people. I love the country. Only the laws, they are a little bit fucked up. It's like that it's strange.
And I do get away with a little bit when I travel overseas because I am a minority. And
don't forget that America exists maybe 300 years of.
Yeah, in comparison, that's nothing to the rest of the the world. So when
Europe is all maybe 3,000, 4,000 years old, and it's like that they use the United States, this country from the natives, use this for I don't know, I don't know, it's
because of the amount of oppression and the amount of hip hop that is popular in Europe. People know about the struggle in a lot of ways that even Americans don't, just because of how popular hip-hop music is, how popular that form of media is. So like I said, where I would have to probably fight a little bit more and say a lot more, because people do know so much about the struggle through that music. They put that on you. You know what I mean? They see that you're coming from that world. I won't say it is pity, but I don't have to make excuses for as many things because they realize I'm at the bottom. I am.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, guys. I'm going to kind of do a little commercial break here. We have a family, for anybody listening. If you're in Denver, I'm going to chat with the AIM Council out there. If you guys don't know who AIM is, we can talk about that later. But we have 2 people in Denver who need a place to crash tonight. If you can help out or you know anyone in Denver, please contact Gabriel Black Elk or Red Stick and get in touch. So, pass that around if you guys would be so kind.
And I can tell you, I've known Gabriel for several years now. We were out in Standing Rock together. Both him and his family, they are really, really, really good people.
And I will also vouch for them, which is why I'm going live with this. I've known Gabriel for quite some time. We're working on getting him medical training for future activity. So, if he's asking for help and you know anybody in the Denver area, please contact him or I would say contact him. Don't bother his wife. They have their own things going on, but please.
If I was there,
I remember he, when everything was going down, I was truly honored, and that he called me, and when I don't know, what you guys know about Native culture, and what you do when you leave a camp, but he had called and asked if I would take care of that personally for him, and I can't, like I said, I can't describe exactly how honored I was to do that.
All right, so just to repeat it, if you guys know anybody in Denver, please contact Gabriel Black Elk. And like I said, we have 2 family members out there who do need a place to crash and could use some help. So thank you very much, people.
No problem.
That, my friend, was a commercial break. That's the only commercial I've ever enjoyed.
Well, I see that when I go to Mexico also, you see the media down there blaming the U.S. It's just a way of misdirection play for the local national government to deflect to somebody else their problem.
Yeah, it's always their problem.
It's always somebody. Yeah, it's always something they're doing.
Instead of looking down and looking in the mirror and like, no, you're the fucking problem.
Oh, that's always the hardest thing to do.
Yeah.
And these guys are always looking for, we were talking about it earlier, about, being able to apologize, being able to, say, that you were wrong, being able to take, full control of what you've done, what you've said, all of that. And politicians are the worst at it. No matter what country you go, they're all lying to you. They're all lying. Don't worry.
You must
I always wonder, I guess you would say when it comes to politics and crooked politicians, I don't think it's just a question of whether the power goes to their head. I really do think it's like some sort of fucking, the elite have their ties into like every little fucking shit and cause all of these fucking problems.
I mean, some of it, we were talking
they got time and money.
Yeah, I think it may be a bit of a mental disorder.
You think so?
It fits the mental disorder in this. It's a very small part of our population, right? Which, most disorders, you don't have until recently. You didn't have like sicknesses, mental issues that were entire swaths of your population. So it does kind of fit a mental disorder, and that you will do absolutely anything to make $1.
We created all
or to keep your
ourselves. We created all on ourselves. The disease, the things that we have, we created all.
If you looked at it if you stepped back and look at it, just the numbers and said, okay, to make an extra $10 million a year, I'm willing to slave out 10,000 children, right? Yeah. That's a mental disorder, right? Making that decision is a mental disorder. Yes. And the fact that they're the 1% says to me it's a very small part of our culture, of the human condition. And it seems that over history, this mental disorder, unlike others, has been extremely revered. The fact that you're hoarding gold in your house and willing to murder people to keep it, lie to them to keep it, set up systems to keep it, that's a mental disorder.
Yeah.
You think it's from all the inbreeding?
Oh, that has to be part of it.
Part of it, yeah.
I was gonna say, some of the things that you're describing are, is like narcissism and acute forms of, I think is it Asperger's syndrome?
Yeah, I think asshole syndrome. Does somebody
asshole syndrome? There we go.
Psychopathy.
Is somebody copywritten that?
It's psychopathy.
Yeah. So no, I
definitely.
They call this the rich man's disease.
There's a lot to be said about that. A lot of these bloodlines, they have, cousins, brothers, mothers, and and sons. Really some weirdness, and they have been so interbred that these disorders do pop up, and that seems to be one that may be a genetic something that they've passed on. You're like greedy ass great-great-great-grandfather is the reason that you got this problem.
It's like your great-great-grandfather Rothschild was a baker, but he also had sex with his sister. And you are the byproduct of this.
Yeah, and for some reason you're supposed to take pride in that. I'm the King of England. My family has been fucking each other for the last 3,000 years. What?
Hey, I'm not joking. I want to tell you something. But here in Europe, we have a lot of countries with kings and queens. But
a lot of inbreeding with the kings and the queens.
Our king is a Belgian guy.
Yeah, but he's brand new.
His wife is from Italy.
But you have to take into consideration, this is not, when it comes to the Belgian bloodline, this is not an ancient bloodline. The king and queen of Belgium are brand new. Right? They'll
be
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
They were elected a generation ago, not that they were an ancient bloodline like England, like France, where you were.
Yeah, England is bad.
Yeah, and I'm not hating on the Queen. I'm just saying you guys have been fucking each other's family for 1,000 years. How did you think that was going to turn out?
Billy's got 3 foot thumbs.
Well, that's how the thinking goes. See, if you want to keep it all in the family and keep control, but in order to do that, you have to keep it all in the family, right? And that's where and there's your problem. That's right there. I mean,
yeah, but
funny, man.
The young, strong, mongrel hordes that you've been keeping out of your bloodline that aren't dying of weird blood diseases and have extremely low IQs are going to win. Right? That's Rome's problem. That was Rome's problem. Why did you guys get taken? Because we're strong and you guys have spent all your time fucking each other.
Yeah.
Well, if you look, I actually wrote a paper about not about fucking each other, but about the fall of the empire and the fall of the United States. And if you look at the history of the fall of the Roman Empire and the fall of the United States, the United States could be one of the shortest empires of all time with the route that they are taking, because it really is only a matter of time before someone strikes back. If you look at all the U.S. bases and how far we're spread out across the world, we are too thin, which is, Ron Paul's point. Bring everybody back home.
The use of mercenaries, right? That's what eventually took Rome down, is that they weren't able to keep, their army, their empire had gotten so big that they started handing out, hiring large groups of mercenaries. In today's world, we would call them private contractors. In today's world, you would see the police force that are now being used as mercenaries to oppress your own people.
Right.
That looks very similar to the takeover that happened in the Roman times too, and that was what led to Rome's end. These
I
mercenaries.
totally agree what you say. What we see this here. What you now say now is true.
I actually have an essay written by a professor. It's called "The Fate of Empires in the Survival Guide." And what we're seeing here, he studied ancient empire. He studied empires all the way, I think through ancient times, all the way up to modern, around when the time he wrote it. And he said that they all have these life cycles, and they all have these certain features, but ultimately why they all fail is he had this list at the end, why A, B, C, D, E, and the common theme at the end was a loss of sense of duty, a corruption, and the love of money are all things that you will see at the end of the fall of an empire.
And what do we see happening right now, including suppression? Again, a point that Claire brought up of freedom of speech dropping from 43 to 45. We are seeing probably all of his points coming to fruition in today's society, especially in the United States. We don't have much time left, and they know it.
Well, and I think that's something, Sun Tzu, said that the same thing, in that your enemies will fight their hardest at their last. If it seems that things are changing, that people are rising up, that we're coming together, that we're doing it, and the other side is becoming more brutal, more oppressive, more corrupt, right? All the things that you are seeing are when your enemies are in their last throes. If it was a fight to the death, your enemy is going to fight his hardest right before it's over.
Yep.
And that's exactly what we see in especially the fossil fuels industry. where this is coming to an end. We are going to end your industry.
But they're gonna rape the earth of all of its oil, and they're also gonna spill it everywhere.
Oh, they're gonna try.
Yeah.
Well, the fossil fuels is an interesting thing because I think you touched upon it, Terrence, where they make money by militarizing, and not only do they make money off militarizing, they make money off of the leaks because, and Terrence, you might be able to expand a little bit further on this, I hope, that they actually create the chemicals to clean up their own oil spills. Yep. Therefore, profiting not only from the insurance, but the insurance is paying for them to produce their chemicals that they use that they spilled.
Well, and in some cases, I mean, that is 100% true. What he just said there about the deal with subsidiaries, right? So you have a big oil company, and then there's a spill. So the government is now going to buy, it's going to pay to pay for the cleanup, that's taxpayers' money. So the corporation, the company that they go to, is a subsidiary of the oil company. So I make the money off of spilling it, and on top of that, if I've lost profit in oil, like where it was in Gulf of Mexico and it's just spewing into the ocean, the government pays you back for that loss of oil that's now in the ocean. So you're making money off of it 3 times.
Right, I was going to say, you're triple dipping.
Yeah, in one spill, and then at the end of the day, you're not even really going to clean it up.
Yeah, no wonder they didn't give a shit, huh?
There's no reason. In fact, they're happy when there's an oil spill. They're going to make more money.
Exactly, and that's the racket, Preston, is they could very easily solve the oil spills problem by keeping maintenance, okay? But there's no money to be made off of maintaining the pipes. It's more money to be made by letting them spill, using it as an excuse to build a new one, and keep the process going in order to keep profits rolling in. And as Terrence pointed out, half the time they're not even cleaning it up. They're simply burying it a football field deep and hoping it doesn't come up.
And that's if, that's if they, my looking at this is that those oil spills, the reason that we're using technology that pollutes our water is because they intend to sell us water. And the only way to make that work is if you are unable to get clean water from anyone other than them. That's the game. The only place that you could get oil, right, is from us. The only place you can get power is from us. The only place that you can get water is from us, right? That's always the game. You look at the difference between Nikola Tesla and Thomas Edison. Nikola Tesla wants everybody to be able to get energy from all around him, right? You wouldn't have to go to a centralized place to get your power. Edison was the exact opposite. You can only get it from my wall, from my plant, and no doubt I'm going to charge you out the ass for it.
Right. Well, and you're right, because what it comes down to between Tesla and Edison, and then I'll go to the next point, is that Tesla refused to sell out, and Edison had no problem selling out.
Oh no, he was a sellout. He started out a sellout.
And then you can also look at, how long will Elon Musk actually exist? Because Elon Musk wants to start giving stuff away.
I don't trust Elon quite as much as everyone else does. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
He got a bunch of money from the government for his keeping his car line going there when Obama first got in. I think it was through a battery subsidy, or he got a lot some way.
Yeah, and then when the first part of this, as soon as the administration started, when they got the, the Citadel of Evil, I don't know what you call it when you have a meeting with the most evil corporations on the planet, but he was in that, he was in that meeting with them, and that kind of put some red flags up for me.
No, and that's a very good point. I mean, Elon Musk is promising, free Wi-Fi, blah blah blah.
But he's also part of that elite club,
Sure.
Yeah, so I would say, look, these, he's the only one making electric cars right now. Let's see how good of a guy is when I start making electric cars. You know what I mean? When you got a little bit of competition in the market, let's see how good of a person you are. And then I have a sneaking suspicion he's a lot closer to those government officials than you or I know about. And you don't get invited to that meeting, right, for not being part of it.
Well, he's
I'm
in.
not. Look, I would love him to do great things, but I'm not seeing very much of these great things. You know, there's a small town right now with less than 100 people that could go for your new roof, you know, your new electric roof. Show us that town. You know what I mean?
No, and I agree 100%. Is he all talk, or is he just a government pawn when, like you said, it's all. Why isn't anyone else making electric cars? Why isn't anyone challenging him? And my guess from the history of the government would be anyone who else tries to do it mysteriously disappears, mysteriously doesn't have any money.
Yeah, and he's managed to get, you know, they killed the electric car for 20 years, right? They've murdered entire industries, murdered people, right, for doing it. But yeah, you just kind of stroll in and high fives from everyone. Nah, I don't buy it.
Right. I was going to say, yeah, because the technology for hydrogen fuel cells are out there. You don't see that shit flying, and that technology is way better than electric.
Yeah, so I mean, look, and he runs a corporation, right? So I mean, his game's to make, you know, to make money, to make whatever. I don't know, you know, I may distrust him already for being part of that game. In my mind, you know, I'm a revolutionary, I'm an activist, right? So how I would do it may not be great for Elon Musk's business, right? But that's also not something I give a fuck about. I want everybody in the world to have free power, right? I don't want to make any money off of it. I don't care. That's done, right? I don't need that money. I got free power, you know? So I just like I would love. It's one of those situations where you kind of hope for the best and prepare for the worst. I love you, dude, but I don't trust you not one fucking bit. It's It's the Bernie Sanders thing. I love Bernie Sanders. I would love that to be real. You know what I mean? I would love what he's talking about in the world that he's talking about in his revolution to be real, but it's total bullshit. So, you know what I mean? I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Yeah, I cut out of that conversation, but I echo that sentiment, and I tried. There's one person specifically, Danny out. I believe she's in Arizona now, but she was a huge Bernie supporter, and I had the same logic that I believe you had, Terrence, or Tyler had, or Preston. That, you know, Bernie's been in the system for 4 decades. Okay, 40 plus years he's been in the government, and I think as Preston said it, he's living off the government.
Yeah.
So you have to ask yourself how he survived 40 years without playing ball.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so everyone who jumped on the Bernie ship, and for everyone who, you know, helped co-found Occupy and jumped on the Bernie boat, shame on you is what I had to say to you, because you are no better than, you know, you're not the same people that I was revolutionary with. And, you know, you wonder why all activists are poor. It's because we want everybody else to have everything for free.
Well, and that's like when it came to Bernie, didn't we just give you like millions and millions and millions of dollars to run for president, and you didn't win? Where did all that money go? You didn't give it back.
Well, they get to keep it once the
I didn't get my $10 back in the mail. Where's my money?
Well, not only that, how easily he backed out. How simple he backed down.
That was the final straw.
Well, and like, okay, I was working for the Bernie campaign, you know, when all that went down. So we knew about it a good, you know, he'd sent everybody home, you know, we'd gotten the speeches. We knew that was going to happen 3 weeks before it even happened, right? And even then, when he came out on stage and, you know, gave his support to Hillary Clinton, like, I felt my heart drop. Because at that moment, it became completely and utterly obvious that whatever's going on, you're part of the problem and not part of the solution, no matter what's coming out of your mouth. There was a moment, and, you know, everything's clear 20/20 hindsight, right? But there was a moment in the debates between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders. And Bernie Sanders made a big deal out of coming out and saying, I don't want to hear any more about these emails, right? And everybody jumped all over it, right? The press jumped over it. That was all you heard for that week. Now, the only person on the planet that wanted those emails to go away was Hillary Clinton. And that should have been a red sign, you know, a red flag for us. That the only person that would have wanted that to go down, that wanted those emails to go away, right, left, Bernie supporters, right, the only people that wanted that to go away was the Clinton camp. And you came out and said exactly what they needed you to say to get your followers not to look into it anymore. He came out and said it.
Yeah, why would you do that? You're fighting for a campaign. Why would you not take that kind of ammunition and hammer with it?
It made no sense. And none of your supporters, right? We were all over it. We wanted more emails. We wanted WikiLeaks to drop. We wanted more. And you're coming out and saying you want less. And the only person that benefits is your opponent or your perceived opponent.
Right. Well, I'm gonna go back into interview mode here. I'm gonna go back into interview mode here with you, Terrence. At what point, you just talked about helping run a Bernie Sanders campaign. At what point did you realize that Bernie was working for Clinton?
Look, I would say with the amount, as soon as he gave her the nomination, that was it. Like, that's obvious you're working with her. You're the front runner. Bernie Sanders looked at the numbers. He knew the numbers. He went out in those stages, and look, if he was a musician, he would have been the most popular musician on the planet. He sold out every single show that he went to, and there would still be thousands of people wrapped around the block. People on the right that ended up voting for Trump in the end would have voted for Bernie because he wasn't a liar, was touting himself as being the real deal. So, and he knew all of those numbers. So the moment that he said, and you could tell by his body language, his everything about when that happened, when he came out on stage with her and said that he supported her, gave you the impression that, number one, I was already working with Black Lives Matter and Occupy. Number one, once again, the Democratic Party has used minorities to try to get a vote. Not because they care about our issues, right? They haven't changed any laws. They haven't changed the prison industrial complex, right? They haven't changed any of that. They used us again to get votes. So, I mean, when that all came, to fruition was when it really became, completely and utterly obvious, because afterwards they didn't want to talk to us. The Clinton campaign, right? They didn't want to have nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. Right? They didn't have nothing to do with minority activists. They didn't want to have nothing to do with any of that shit. They wouldn't even interview with Cornel West.
Right, and you brought up even the minority activists. None of them made a statement about Standing Rock.
No. Well, I mean, not Bernie. What made a speech with some of the with the elite, with some of the tribal spokesman's really.
He did a couple of times.
I don't want to disrespect you in any sort of way, but you're definitely not tribal leadership. You are taking money from corporations to build oil pipes, and they'll stand you up and act like you speak for the people, right? So, what do I call you, Uncle Tom with a feather? I'm not exactly sure.
Whoa.
Right? Oh, I'm black and native. You can kiss my ass.
You're the only one that can get away with that one.
Yeah. Like I own all of the genetic material to say that right to your fucking face, right? And that.
Oh, I don't mean to cut you guys off, but we got let me see how many minutes. Around 9.5 minutes.
Right. I'll close it up. So yeah, it became obvious right around that time that this was the same old puppetry. Yeah. This was just their hopes was that those millions and millions and millions of Bernie followers were going to immediately, as soon as he came out and said it, you were just a sheep and you were going to follow whoever Bernie told you to. And they ended up losing not just the Bernie supporters and the people that were actual liberals, but they left that whole right demographic that was also tired of the bullshit.
Right. Yeah. Well, I would say majority of Bernie Sanders certainly didn't vote for Clinton, and they didn't vote for Trump, and just enhanced exactly what everybody's thinking, that the system is fucked. Plain and simple. It's crooked.
It's replaced. Look, if you're listening, like right now, I'm not like trying to push, a agenda or my own stuff. Look, if you're looking for a revolution, go to supporttherevolution.org. Go to our Facebook Support the Revolution page, right? But if you're going to Our Revolution, the same people that you've already given hundreds of millions of dollars to fuck you over, they're not a revolution. They're the same establishment that was running the DNC. They're all standing on one stage again.
Yeah, they all work for each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even like they work for each other. It's the same people. And now they're bringing on Hillary Clinton like somehow she's a revolutionary. And nobody's standing up. Like the next Bernie should have been the first person to be like, nah, you got to be shitting me. You're the reason we're here in the first place. But no, they're the same establishment, all standing on stage, acting like they're somehow part of a revolution. No, you're the reason we're revolting. Not you're the reason that we're doing this, not the leadership. If Hillary Clinton wants to join the revolution, that's fine. We've got some trash that needs to be taken out, right? We've got some floors that need to be mopped. We've got some gardens that need to be grown, but no fucking way are you leadership. You need to start at the bottom like the rest of us.
Right, and they're going to.
They're going to gas before you act like you're a revolutionary.
Right, they're going to keep repainting themselves to look like they're the solution. And we've discussed this before, how, you know, the Democrats will say, oh, the Republicans didn't get anything done, and now we're the revolution, we're the change. And, you know, they're always going to keep painting over everything they have done in order to keep power. And if you ask me, they really don't care if it's the left or the right.
Not at all.
As long as they stay in power.
Oh, look at the change between Republican and Democrat, right? As soon as they thought they were going to win and slavery was becoming unpopular, they switched sides.
There you go.
Right? I mean, it's that obvious. And they will do that over and over and over again. Look, this revolution will not be won with just liberals and just progressives. When the right's tired of it, that's when the revolution will happen. When both of those sides come together, right, and say, look, we can argue about all sorts of little piddly shit, no problem, but we got to get rid of these guys because they're corrupt and they're just, they're killing us all.
Hey,
right?
Terrence, have you seen the Redneck Revolt video yet?
No, but I'll look it up right away.
It's on my page, Terrence. It's called the Redneck Revolt, and Christina Rogers posted it earlier. And you know what? It was really, really cool. They were talking about it was attacked more towards they said it was an attack towards the alt-right. But if you listen to the message that they had, it is exactly what you just said. There is not going to be change until everyone, whether you're left, whether you're right, stand up, get in the middle, and say, you know what? We may not agree on this, and we may not agree on this, but what we do agree on is you all need to go.
Yeah, and I think until real recently, like Trump really kind of undermined that because there was the same way Obama did. I'm not putting it one way or the other because there's a lot of similarities between Obama getting elected and Trump getting elected, but those hopes and dreams will fade real fucking fast. Yeah. Right? And then you start getting into what the reality is and that there's a bunch of Goldman Sachs bankers in the Oval Office controlling your life. And they're just as much of a problem as they were when it was Obama doing it, right? Listen to those. If you're an Alex Jones listener, listen to those things. The same Illuminati, the same 1%, the same Goldman Sachs bankers are still there, right? And they're the problem. And as soon as we come back together on that, I think things will start to change, and they are changing. Even the conversation here, we've got pretty wide left and right. But I reckon when the shit hits the fan, right, we're all standing together.
You've seen a pretty big break here in the last few days with Rush Limbaugh and the Republicans. He's straight up saying, it's like, hey, we voted for you. We voted for some change, and all we got was another load of Democrats. It's starting to look like from people on the right. So, yeah, you're seeing that Trump love is pretty much over with because it's like, hey, 100 days into this, we ought to have some kind of ball rolling. And you Republicans, you can't even kick a rock down the road. You've taken away you've just given up.
Yeah, you've taken away our health care. You have given all of your buddies huge tax breaks, made sure that their oil pipelines are put through, and tried to condemn millions of hardworking of Americans to coal mines. Right? Like that's what he's done in his first 100 days, and that really. Oh,
he's also bombed Syria.
Oh yeah, look, everybody. It's 2017. Who's not bombing Syria?
Right. And what was the big rhetoric with Hillary Clinton is that she was going to drive us to World War III, and what is he doing?
Yeah, World War III. Yeah. Look, North Korea was not parking its ships in California. Right? No, we're aggressors in this situation. We're the ones that are being aggressive. We're moving our army to your shores, not the other way around.
Well, it's odd. You don't see us trying to get a UN resolution. You don't see the UN saying anything about anything we do. There's no pushback. I mean, you talk about people being on the same page.
Oh, yeah.
It's worldwide, man. It's like, hey, how come all these other countries aren't doing something about what we're doing?
Well, even look, it's just now you can even mention that maybe Israel is kind of genocidal at this fucking point. Right? But yet when you look into our government, they voted overwhelmingly. Not one single person voted against it. Not one. Out of these guys are supposed to have wildly different, from Rand Paul to fucking, you know what I mean? Not a single one voted against it. That says that it's an illusion altogether.
Well, Rand Paul, he's nothing like his father. Let's all.
All right, guys, 1 minute.
Let's make that very clear. All right, well, I will say my goodbyes. Thank you to Claire for joining us. Thank you for Brandon and Christopher for coming in from Camp Promise. Check them out. Kevin, thank you from Belgium. Glad you stayed on the entire time. If you were drunk, you were wonderful. And this is Puck Ark saying good night.
Terrence Daniels,
All
right,
right,
thanks for having me on, guys. As always, I love being here.
All right, good night. The countdown's still running.
Thanks for listening.
Well, I'm broadcasting from the car again, so I got to run in and make a lot of noise.
Oh, that's your poor family, your poor roommates, everybody.
Oh yeah, did you remember that time I forgot to turn off the microphone and I was arguing with my roommate?
Oh yeah, we got to hear that. That's fine. I've heard some really, even we still play quite a few video games here or there, and some of the crap, people arguing with their old ladies, just huge amounts of crazy. There was this one time we were playing SOCOM.